Hey everyone, we're at day 8 of the Connecticut Michelle Troconis trial, and we are going to not do 2 times a day anymore. That was rough yesterday. So, with the weekends, we'll get caught up this weekend and do one a day. Yeah, we'll do that instead. So, here we go, everyone.
Would council stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We continue now with the state's witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Kevin Duggan to the stand. Thank you. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Sure, it's Kevin Duggan, Kevin Duggan.
And your affiliation?
I'm a sergeant with the Connecticut State Police.
Sergeant, you may be seated.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Sir, how long have you worked for the Connecticut State Police?
Approximately 16 years.
And are you assigned to a particular division or department within the state police?
Yes, I'm assigned to the Central District Major Crime Squad.
What areas does the Central District Major Crime Squad cover?
The central part of the state in and around Hartford.
And within that Central District Major Crime Squad, are you assigned to a particular specialization or division?
Yes, I'm assigned to the crime van.
And when we say van, what does that mean?
It's a van or truck, as you will, and basically it is a mobile crime lab.
Do you have any specialized training or experience with respect to being a sergeant on the van?
Yes, I've been to multiple crime scene processing classes, homicide conferences, police involved shooting conferences, and several other classes.
How many years have you worked for or within the van or the in the state police?
Approximately 7 years now.
And how long have you been a sergeant of the van?
Approximately a year and a half.
Could you briefly describe, well, actually, if I can withdraw that, were you working on the van in 2019?
I was.
What was your assignment, or I guess I should say rank at that time?
I was a detective.
Who was your sergeant?
Sergeant Ralph Soda.
And who did you work with on the van at Central District?
It was Detective Lindsay Valcourt, Detective Pete Farr, Detective Daniel DeJesus, and Detective Steve Soros.
I'm going to draw your attention now to May 30th of 2019. Did you respond to Albany Avenue in Hartford on that day?
I did.
What time did you respond?
It was in the early afternoon hours, early evening.
What was your assignment?
My assignment was to check certain trash receptacle areas within the city and seize the trash.
When did you get that assignment?
That afternoon.
Who gave it to you?
Sergeant Ralph Soda.
And who were you with on Albany Avenue that night?
Detective Mike Hamill and Detective Peter Farr.
So did any, or what information did you have, if any, before you went out to Albany Avenue that evening?
Basically that Western District Major Crime Squad was investigating the disappearance of a Jennifer Dulos, and that their suspect had allegedly thrown out trash within the city of Hartford.
Did you know what day that was?
I believe she went missing on the 24th of May.
And the day that you were on Albany or given that assignment was what day?
Was May 30th.
Did you go in anywhere in particular on Albany Avenue?
Yes,
Where did you go?
we went to 3 different locations on Albany Avenue.
And what were they?
The first one was Albany and Garden Street. The second one was Albany and Blue Hills Ave. And the third location was Albany and Green Street.
No. Your Honor, for the record, I'm playing states 36. May I just inquire if everybody's televisions are on? Yes, thank you. So I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you if you can. States 36. Sir, do you recognize that intersection?
I do.
And with respect to is that the area that you responded to?
Yes,
And you mentioned Garden Street. Is Garden Street portrayed on that video?
it is.
Okay. Can you please, if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, sir, if you wouldn't mind heading up to the screen and just pointing out where Garden Street is.
Before you proceed,
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Manning, Sergeant, that's a concave view of Garden and Albany, is it not? Because they do not run parallel to each other, they're perpendicular, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
No, sir, did you go to that address on May 30th?
I did.
And were you in uniform?
I was in a major crime uniform
And what was your assignment when you got to that address?
to seize the trash at that location.
Did you have a procedure or process you were utilizing that night?
Yes.
What was that procedure?
So we had brought our own industrial sized trash bags and we removed the trash from the trash receptacles and placed them into our trash bags and subsequently seized it.
Did you go through the garbage containers on scene?
We looked inside of them, confirmed there was trash in them, seized the trash, and then brought the trash back to the Troop H barracks in Hartford.
Why didn't you go through the trash on scene in the corner of Albany and Garden?
It was an unsecure environment.
Where did you bring the trash to?
The Troop H barracks in Hartford?
Did you have a procedure at Troop H to go through the trash that was obtained from those garbage canisters?
Yes.
And what was that procedure?
Basically, we went into the garage at Troop H and we laid out a bunch of brown butcher block paper on the ground and we labeled it. Each trash bag that we seized, we labeled as to the location where we seized it. And the trash was dumped out onto those, under that butcher block paper, so we could search it and process it.
Now, sir, if you can refer to the screen behind you, states 36, is the garbage container that you seized the trash from depicted on that screen?
It is.
If you wouldn't mind, please going up to the screen and pointing that out. For the record, he's pointing to the middle, center, right, or left, actually, of the screen. Did you go anywhere else in that area?
I did.
Where did you go?
I searched, there was a set of dumpsters on the side of the building. I searched that area and I searched this trash can right here and I searched this side of the building.
So starting with the right side of the screen, where the dumpsters are, how did you search those?
I climbed in the dumpster and started searching.
Did you know what you were looking for, or were you looking for anything in particular?
Just items of evidentiary value.
And did you find anything or seize anything out of those dumpsters?
No,
Now, while you were in the dumpster, did you speak to anybody?
I did.
And without telling me what that person said, did you take any action?
Yes.
What action did you take?
I subsequently seized the trash can, the trash contents of this trash can in front of the restaurant.
And did you go through the trash of that trash can as well?
I did.
And so the items that you seized were both the bottom left, and then there's a trash can on the center middle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I may have one moment with counsel, Your Honor. If I may, Your Honor, States 42 is only ID. I'm going to for the record, shut the TV off behind the witness. And if I may just approach that small screen on the front. So I'm going to draw your attention to this screen right in front of you.
Yeah.
And just inquire that you can see it, Your Honor. Thank you. Under States 42 for ID, sir, if you can, just take a look at that, what is displayed on that screen. This is image 1. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
And what is it?
That's the trash can at the corner of Albany and Garden Street.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
And did you seize trash from that photograph?
I did.
I mean, not from the photograph. Did you seize trash from the can that is represented in that photograph?
I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what that garbage can looked like that day on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
State would offer one.
No objection. The number is 1.
One, Your Honor.
States 1 admitted as a full exhibit.
I believe it's picture 1. I apologize, Your Honor. States 42, picture 1, file 1.
Thank you. States 42, photo 1, file 1.
Thank you, sir. If you can just take a look behind you, is that the garbage can that you seized or looked into that night?
It is.
Okay, did you take any action with respect to that actual garbage can?
We did.
What did you do?
I photographed it before seizing it, emptied the trash contents of that trash can into our own trash bags, and then we seized the actual trash can itself.
Why did you seize the actual trash can?
We had information that a person of interest that dumped the trash in the trash can had touched it, and we were going to try and get DNA from the trash can.
By the way, at this point on May 30th, 2019, were you working at all with Western District Major Crimes?
No,
Did you have any personal knowledge or information directly with respect to the investigation component of the disappearance of Jennifer Doulos on that day?
no,
So you seized the garbage can itself. Did you log it into evidence?
We did,
And did you give it a evidence number?
we did.
For the record, I'm shutting the screen off. On states 42, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to file 1, photo 3. If you could take a look at that, sir, and it's going to be on the screen in front of you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted?
It's the trash can with the lid removed.
And is that the same trash can with, that we just saw on the first photograph in this file?
It is.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what that trash can looked like on May 30th, 2019, when it
Yeah.
was seized?
Yes.
State would offer it.
I just have a couple of Blood Deer questions, if I may, regarding this photograph. This picture number 3, it's obviously not on Albany Avenue anymore, is it?
It's not.
So exactly where was this picture taken?
This was taken at the Troop H garage at the Troop H barracks in Hartford.
Did you dismantle that trash receptacle yourself?
I did.
And then you took this picture?
I did.
And this is before or after you removed the items from the barrel?
Afterwards.
After, okay. I have no objection.
And the exhibit number, please.
42, file 1, picture 3. Okay.
State 42, file number 1, photograph 3, admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen behind you. And could you please explain what's depicted in that photograph, please?
The trash can placed on brown butcher block paper with the trash can lid next to it.
And the location of where this photograph was taken?
The Troop H garage at the Troop H barracks in Hartford.
Now, there's a number on the bottom right, the 499. What does that mean?
So the trash can was given an evidence number, which was 499.
What about the A on the left-hand side?
So that was given the letter A. It was 499A. Basically A meaning it was a part of 499.
Thank you, sir. Now, while you're back at Albany Avenue and Garden Street, did you remove, or how did you remove all of the garbage that was contained inside that garbage can?
So there were 3 of us, and one held the trash bag open, and the other lifted the trash can and emptied the trash into the trash bag.
And did you take a photograph, sir, of the trash can after it was emptied?
I did.
I'm going to draw your attention to the picture on the screen in front of you, if I can. States 42, file 1, picture 2 for ID. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
The trash can once it's emptied.
State would offer it, or I'm sorry, I have to ask the foundation question. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the garbage can look like after it was emptied on May 30th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Now I would offer it, Your Honor.
Again, just a couple of questions. Again, this picture was taken after you removed the garbage from the receptacle, correct?
Yes.
And this is what you saw left in there as you peered into it with the cover removed and all of the items that were in it. Well, I don't want to say all, but we'll get to see that. All the garbage bags or whatever garbage was in that bag was removed at that point, correct?
Yes.
I have no objection.
So state 42,
File 1, photo 2.
file 1, photo 2, entered as a full exhibit.
Sir, is that the photograph of the picture of the garbage after you had removed its contents?
Yes.
What did you do with the contents after you had placed it in the bag?
We transported that back to the Troop H garage in Hartford.
Did you also give it a evidence number?
We did.
What evidence number did you give that?
I believe it was evidence exhibit 500.
Could I hear that number, please?
Could you repeat the number, please?
Evidence exhibit 500.
Thank you.
So I'm going to show you the screen in front of you. States 42, file 1, picture 4. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is that picture?
That's the trash from the trash can at the corner of Albany and Garden Street. That's what it looked like once we put the trash from that trash can into our own trash bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like that day?
It is.
No objection to this image.
State would offer it, Your Honor.
Page 42,
File 1, picture 4.
file 1, photo 4. Admitted as a full exhibit.
Sir, if you could take a look at the screen behind you, just a question or two. There's writing on the bottom left of that photograph. What does that say?
So it says Albany and Garden, and that was just placed there to identify where the trash was from in the photograph.
At some point, did you empty the contents of that bag?
We did,
Where did you empty the contents of that bag onto?
onto that brown paper.
Take a look at the picture in front of you, sir. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That's the trash once it's emptied onto the brown paper.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what all the trash looked like when you emptied it onto the brown paper on May 30th, 2019?
Yes.
State would offer it.
May I inquire?
Yes.
We're looking at Exhibit 5 from File 1 within that disk, so, which for the record is Exhibit 42 for ID. So I just want to ask you, first of all, there's some writing on the brown paper. Did you put that writing there?
Yes.
Were these items that are now shown, displayed on this brown paper, were they loose like this, or were they in something in particular?
So this is the picture of once it's emptied out onto the brown paper.
And were they all emptied out of that black garbage bag that you talked about?
Yes.
And that included a stained white T-shirt that we see in this image, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Now we're
Well,
going
it's-
beyond the
well,
word
it's-
year.
Well, this is an ID exhibit, and counsel's reference now is the content in an ID exhibit. So as far as voir dire is concerned, the court is not going to permit questions concerning the content of an ID exhibit.
Fair enough, Your Honor. I will ask a different question. Is what is depicted in this image, did it all come out of that garbage bag that you testified to, or was some of this elsewhere?
No, it all came out of that trash bag.
Oh, okay. Then I do not object to this.
So states 42, file 1, photo 5. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Admitted as a full exhibit.
If you can, sir, take a look at the screen behind you. Now, with respect to the items, I guess, on the right-hand side, it looks like one item, the T-shirt in the upper left hand, has been splayed out. Did you splay that out?
Yes,
Okay, why did you do that?
just to show an overall representation of the item.
Was that item seized as evidence?
It was.
And why was it seized as evidence?
So
I'm
as a-
going to object to why it was seized, and then we can move on from there. I don't think you need to explain why certain items were in fact.
I
Well,
claim it, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. Why did you seize that as evidence?
So it was a white T-shirt with what appeared to be a blood-like substance on the T-shirt, and we found that suspicious.
Did you seize anything else that came out of that garbage can? or garbage bag, I should say?
No,
Now, you indicated that you also obtained another garbage bag. Is that correct?
correct.
And was that the other garbage container that was closer to the building?
Yes,
I'm going to draw your attention to photograph in front of you, sir. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
So that's the contents of the trash can that was closest to the building, Milagros Restaurant.
And this is not, well, oh, I apologize, Your Honor. That's my fault. With respect to the screen, for the record, the screen is off. It was on for a little bit, but I did shut it off. With respect to this photograph, sir, is this a fair and accurate representation of the garbage that you seized from that garbage can?
It is.
State would offer it, Your Honor.
Again, a couple of voir dire questions. The outer bag that, with what you, was that something you put it in, or is this how you found the actual trash from that receptacle next to the building?
For this trash
Yes.
bag,
Yes.
this is how we found it.
Oh, okay. And again, there's some writing on this, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a name and and some other letters. Did you write that?
I did.
Is that is that a name of a person or name of a building?
It's the name of the restaurant.
Oh, okay. And that we've already looked at the image or the stop screen from the C4 cameras. Is that the name of the place next to where this trash receptacle was that you took this out of?
Yes,
I have no objection.
That's stage 42, file 1. Which photograph, please?
6, Your Honor.
Photograph 6, admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And while we're here, before I show that, Your Honor, if I may, sir, take a look at photo 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That's the contents of the trash once it's displayed out onto the brown paper.
When you say contents of the trash displayed on the brown paper, is this the trash that was in the preceding photograph?
Correct.
Okay, and did you take that photograph?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the trash looked like once you displayed it on brown paper that day?
It is.
State would offer the photo 7 as well.
No objection.
Stage 42, file 1, photograph 7, admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, take a look behind you, please. And that was I noticed this is in a clear plastic bag. You didn't put that in a black bag as well?
No, we didn't because that trash was all contained within that clear bag. The other trash was loose within a plastic trash bin.
And the writing on the bottom left, if you could please explain what that means.
So Albany and Garden are the streets, the street corner. And then Milagros Convenience Building is the restaurant, which this trash can was right up against.
When you went to that area and seized that trash bag, if I may, back to States 36, sir, can you just point again where you went and seized that bag from? And for the record, the middle upper part of the screen. Sir, what day was this again?
This was May 30th.
On May 30th, when you went to that area, did you find any WeatherTech liners?
No,
Thank you. You can have a seat, sir. Now. Picture 7, if you take a look behind you, sir. What does that depict?
that's a picture of the overall contents of the trash at that location.
Now, did you go anywhere else after Albany and Garden?
We did.
Where did you go?
The next location we went to was Albany and Blue Hills Ave.
And then I'm going back to states 36. Sir, if you can take a look at the screen behind you, you can. Do you see the intersection that you went to on May 30th, 2019?
I do.
And if you can, sir, please, if you can go up to the screen. Did you go to any garbage canisters that are depicted on that screen?
I did.
Which garbage canisters did you go to? For the record, upper, middle, or right side of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, did you go anywhere else?
After this?
No, in that area depicted on that screen.
No.
Now, with respect to this area on the upper right-hand corner where the cursor is, do you see that street, sir?
I do.
What street is that?
That's Blue Hills Ave.
Did you seize this garbage canister itself, similar to what you did at Garden Street?
No, for this trash can, we just seized the items within it, not the actual trash.
Okay, why did you do that?
So for this particular one, we had no information that the person of interest had touched the trash can. Therefore, we did not find it necessary to seize the trash can, just the contents.
And this
If-
is going
if
back
the court
to,
may, Attorney Manning.
yes.
Sergeant, would you identify the intersection that you identified a moment ago and pointed out?
Sure. Blue Hills Ave, Albany Street.
Is not that Adams Street and Albany Avenue?
My understanding is Blue Hills Ave.
It's not Blue Hills Avenue where the camera is, but the intersection on the right side of the video is Adams Street and Albany Avenue.
I perhaps can clarify if I can, Your Honor. And if I may, on states 42, photo 7 has already come in through Sergeant Ventresca. Actually, sorry, it is not on here. I have to go back. Oh, I do. Thank you. And again, this is already admitted through Sergeant Ventresca.
Can
So
we at least have the exhibit number, please?
it's still on Exhibit 42. With respect to Sergeant Ventresca, it would be on it doesn't say the date when this was. Do you have an updated? Yeah, if I can, I'll find the number on another date. Sir, do you recognize where the intersection is depicted? Is it depicted on that screen in front of you?
I know there's a there's a restaurant I'm trying to find that can reference it.
And what's the restaurant, sir?
It's Scott's Jamaican Bakery.
Okay, and you mentioned Scott's Jamaican Bakery. Why do you recall that?
Because that restaurant, the trash can was right in front of it, and that trash can was at the corner of those intersections.
Okay, so is it safe to say you don't remember exactly the road names?
Correct.
Okay, but you remember Scott's Jamaican Bakery?
I do.
Okay. And with respect to Scott's Jamaican Bakery, going back to seats 36, sir, do you have is Scott's Jamaican Bakery depicted in that screen now?
It is.
If you could please point to it. Okay.
That's the
And-
awning from the restaurant.
Okay. With respect to that intersection in that area, did you find, or did you go to any other garbage canisters?
At this intersection, no.
You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. What did you do once you got to this intersection?
We documented the area with photographs, and then we seized the trash from that trash can at that intersection.
I'm going to have you take a look at the screen in front of you, sir. Do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
I do.
What is depicted?
The trash can that we seized the trash from, and the Scott's Jamaican Bakery.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what that area looked like on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
The state would offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
I'm
Stage
gonna
42, file 1,
actually file 2,
file 2,
picture 1.
photo 1, admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to continue, if I can, just draw your attention to the screen in front of you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph?
I do.
What is,
That's the overall contents of the trash before we seized it.
and is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like that
It
day?
is.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
The state would offer that as well.
May I briefly plug here? This image, which is image 2 in this folder. Was this everything that was in that receptacle when you took off the cover and peered in?
Yes.
Did you seize everything that's in this image?
Yes.
No objection.
Stage 42, file 2,
Picture 2.
photo 2, admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you, sir. If you can continue looking at your screen in front of you, what's depicted on the screen, please?
That's the contents of the trash can once we remove the items from it.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what the contents of the trash can look like after you remove the items?
Correct.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
State would offer it.
Okay, quick plug here, if I may.
Yes.
Did you take the, what we call the remnants or debris that's shown in this photograph with you? Did you clean that out or remove any of those?
That I don't recall.
No objection.
Stage 42, file 2,
Picture 3.
photo 3, admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, continue if you can, looking at the screen in front of you. Do you see what's depicted on the screen?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
So that is the brown paper laid out with the location handwritten in the bottom left, and the trash that we seized within the trash bag that we provided.
Is that back at the Troop H garage?
Correct.
And did you take that photograph?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
The state would offer it, Your Honor.
Again, I just want to clarify if I may.
Yes.
This isn't all the items you took out of that receptacle in front of the bakery, is it?
That's what we took.
Just what's shown in this image?
Correct.
I thought when you testified just minutes ago, we saw a picture that there were all these other items, that white bags. How is this?
Objection, Your Honor. That is going into cross-examination. This is voir dire.
So the initial voir dire question was, does this bag contain all of the items that was, all of the items that were in the receptacle in front of Scott's Bakery? And the response was yes.
Maybe one clarification question. What we're actually seeing in this image isn't physically what you see out of the receptacle, is it?
This is our trash bag with
Oh.
the trash inside of it.
But you can't see anything inside. This is what you put everything in. Is that what you're telling us?
Correct, in this photograph.
You just have a moment. With that clarification, I have no objection.
Stage 42, file 2,
Photo 4.
photograph 4, admitted as a full exhibit.
Sir, take a look at the screen in front of you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted?
That's the trash once it's emptied out onto the brown paper in the garage.
So just to be clear, this was the trash that was inside that canister on what street?
Albany and Blue Hills or Adams,
Outside the Jamaican Bakery?
outside the Jamaican Bakery restaurant.
Okay. And what did you do with that trash?
We searched it.
Okay. Did you put the trash into a black bag?
We did.
Okay. And then when you got to Troop H, did you empty the contents of that bag?
We did.
What did you empty it onto?
Brown paper.
Is this photograph depicting that trash onto that brown paper?
It is.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of what that looked like that day?
Yes.
State would offer it.
Can I just have a moment?
Yes.
May I inquire just again to clarify? When you say this is what was inside your large contractor bag that you brought everything out on, that we saw the prior picture, right?
Correct.
Is this how you find it in this loose state?
This is once we empty it out onto the paper.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to clarify. Is this after you emptied out of the black bag?
Correct.
This is not after you opened up any individual bags that were within the black bag?
No.
So it was in a loose state, is what you're saying, the items?
Correct.
I don't have any objection.
Stage 42, file 2. Is this photograph 8?
5, I think.
5, Your Honor.
5, admitted as a full exhibit.
And that would be folder 2 is admitted in its entirety at this point, if I may. Sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. And briefly, sir, just running through the photographs. This is photo 1 of file 2. What is depicted on that screen, please?
The trash can in front of Scott's Jamaican Bakery.
And picture 2. What is depicted, please?
That's the contents of the trash can at that location.
Now, with respect to the contents, is this before or after you emptied it into a black bag?
That's before, that's as we found it.
And what did you then do? By the way, did you take that photograph?
I did.
What did you do after you took the photograph?
We emptied that trash into our trash bag and seized it.
Did you log it or give it an evidentiary number?
Yes.
What was that number?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I'd have to look at my report.
Well, I'm actually going to move on at this point, Your Honor. I'll get that after. Sir, picture 3. What does that depict?
That's the trash can once we remove the items from it.
Okay. With respect to the white on the bottom, can you just describe what that is?
Just miscellaneous trash.
Okay, did you seize those items?
I don't recall.
And what about down here on the bottom left, if you could see the cursor? Did you seize these items?
I don't recall.
And picture 4, sir. What does that depict?
So that's a brown paper labeled Albany and Blue Hills, which is, I thought, were the intersection where we're at. And that's our trash bag with the contents of that trash receptacle in our trash bag.
And picture 5.
That's the contents of the trash once we emptied it out. And we're at Troop H Garage in Hartford.
What day, again, did you seize this garbage?
May 30th.
Did you make any other stops in Albany Avenue on that day?
We did.
Where did you go?
The next location was Albany and Green Street.
Sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen. State is playing 36. Now I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you, sir. I'm gonna pause it there. Do you see the intersection that you went to that day?
I do.
Is it depicted on the screen?
It is.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, please going up and pointing to that intersection. In the upper left-hand corner, if I can. Is there a garbage canister in that corner, sir?
It is. It's right here.
And with respect to the streets, do you know what the street names are?
So this is Albany. And this right here, I believe, is Green Street.
Do you know what the building is at the corner?
I don't.
Now, when you got to that intersection, what did you do?
We photographed the area and searched the trash in that trash can.
When you say you searched the trash in that trash can, did you do it on site?
No,
When you were there on Albany Avenue in that intersection, what exactly did you do there?
all right, so we photographed it. We checked there was trash in that trash can. And then we took the trash from that trash can, put it into our trash bag and brought it back to the Troop H barracks.
Was that another black bag?
It was.
And did you search it on scene or go through that bag at all while you were on Albany Avenue?
No,
And did you go to when you say barracks, is that Troop H?
correct, Troop H.
Okay, you can have a seat, sir. And go back to states 42, please. File 3. I'm going to ask you, sir, to take a look at the screen in front of you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
I do.
What is it?
That's an overall photograph of the trash can and the street signs of the location where we were at.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of that intersection?
It is.
Okay, state would, actually, I believe this might have already gone in, but state would offer it anyway. If I may move on, I believe that went in through another witness. Photograph 2, sir. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
This is just a different view of the trash can. at that location, Albany and Green Street.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like that day?
It is.
Did you take that photograph as well?
I did.
State would offer 2 as well, Your Honor. And then if I can, 1 more. 3, sir, what is depicted in that photograph?
That's an overall view of the trash can at that location, Albany and Green Street.
Same questions. Did you take that photograph?
I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the trash can at Albany and Green?
It is.
And is that the trash can that you looked through and seized that day?
It is.
The state would offer 1, 2, and 3, Your Honor.
No objection.
So page 42, is this file 3 or file 2?
This is file 3, Your Honor.
File 3, photographs 1, 2, and 3, admitted as full exhibit.
Thank you. Will not go on. There you go. You can take a look at the screen behind you, sir. And what's depicted in that photograph, please?
Yeah, overall view of the area where the trash can that we searched.
And that's is the trash can depicted in that photograph?
It is.
And is that the bottom middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Thank you. File 2 or file 3, picture 2. What is that?
That's just a different view of the trash can and the street signs at that location.
And picture 3.
Overall view of the trash can prior to searching.
Now, with respect to searching it, what did you utilize the same procedure that you utilized in Blue Hills, Adam, the bakery, Jamaican bakery, and Milagros?
Yes.
And what procedure is that?
Basically, we documented it with photographs first, and then we took the trash contents from that trash can, placed it into our trash bag, and transported it back to Troop H in Hartford.
I'm going to show you a photograph in front of you, picture 4. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That's the contents of the trash prior to us seizing it. That's as we found it.
Okay, now, as you found it, this is prior to you putting it into a garbage bag?
Correct.
Okay, did anybody touch it or move it or go through it at that point?
No.
Okay. What did you do after taking this photograph?
We removed that trash, put it into our trash bag, and transported it back to Troop H.
Did you take a photograph of the garbage can with the items removed?
Yes.
I'm going to show you picture 5. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the garbage canister after the items were removed?
It is.
And did you take that photograph as well?
I did.
State would offer 4 and 5, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
I'm just looking, Your Honor. I have no objection.
So stage 42, file 2 or
File
3?
3.
File 3, photos 4 and 5,
Yes, sir.
admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, do you see that picture behind you?
I do.
Now, I want to draw your attention to, by the way, is this a photograph of the garbage prior to you seizing it?
It is.
I'm going to draw your attention up to this white piece right here. Do you see that object?
I do.
Was that how it appeared in 2019 on the garbage?
It was.
Okay. Did you later find out to be what that item was?
I did.
What is it?
It's zip ties.
And down here, this piece right here, if you can see this cursor, you can describe that, please.
Yep. So originally I thought it was a clear plastic trash bag. I later identified it as a poncho.
And what color is it?
It's clear with a red blood-like substance in it.
And here, this red bent object, you see the cursor, sir?
I do.
Was that what it appeared like in the garbage that day?
It was.
And did you later find what it was?
I did.
What is it?
It's a bent mop or broom handle.
Did you take the entire contents of this garbage?
I did.
Did you bring it to Troop H and do
Yes.
the same process that you did before?
Same process as the other trash cans.
And were you able to go through this garbage canister when you arrived in Troop H?
I was.
And briefly, picture 5, is that the garbage after it had been removed?
Yes.
And these loose items on the bottom, did you take those?
I don't recall.
Sir, I'm going to show you the photo in front of you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph? This is photo 6. for
I do.
ID. What is it?
So that's brown paper with the location, Albany and Green Street, written in a marker. And that's our trash bag with the contents of the trash that we found at that location in the Troop H garage.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your trash bag containing the contents of Albany and Green garbage canister on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you one more. Picture 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That's the overall contents once we emptied it out onto the brown paper.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the contents of the garbage canister that you put in the black bag on May 30th, 2019 out of Albany and Green?
It is.
State would offer 6 and 7.
No objection. Stage 42, file 3, photo 6 and 7, admitted as a full exhibit.
Sir, if you could take a look behind you. If you again, please could just describe what's depicted on that photograph.
So this is in the Troop H garage. And basically it's brown paper with Albany and Green Street. That's the location of where we seized the trash from. And this is our trash bag with the trash contents that we seized in the trash bag.
And picture 7.
That's the trash once it's emptied out onto the brown paper. That's the contents of the trash.
And I'm going to draw your attention to that photograph, please. And we talked about the white objects. Are those depicted here?
They are.
And what is this?
Those are zip ties.
Did you seize items out of this garbage
We did.
container? Okay. I'm going to draw your attention as well to, I believe what we just, in the photograph preceding of, in the garbage contained in the can, is that this, I guess, you called it a poncho?
I did.
Is that this item down here?
It is.
With respect to this item, this, can you please describe it?
So that's a black trash bag, which we opened and later found a long sleeve shirt and a bra.
And could you describe the long sleeve shirt and the bra, please?
Long sleeve shirt is cut. It's a Vineyard Vines shirt, and it is covered in a blood-like substance along with the bra.
And was the bra cut as well
Yes,
and covered in the blood-like substance?
yes,
Did you cut, you open this bag?
I did.
Draw your attention up here to the mop. Is that also what was contained in that garbage canister in that picture that we saw?
It was.
Now, over here, this item, sir, what is it?
It's a razor blade.
And did you seize that as well?
I did.
And as you went through this garbage, sir, did you take individual photographs of each of the items?
I did.
How did you do that?
So the overall trash was identified as exhibit number 502. Any item of evidence that we seized from the trash can was given a letter. So for example, 502A, 502B.
And briefly, if I can, I'm going to go through some photographs with you. Sir, if you can, take a look at the screen in front of you. For the record, the monitor to the jury is off. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That's the later identified as a poncho with a blood-like substance on it.
Did you seize that as evidence
I did.
and gave it a number?
Yes,
What was that?
502A.
And did you take that photograph?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like?
It is.
With respect to the bottom corner, there's some, I guess, markings on the bottom. Is that what it looked like that day as well?
It is.
What is that?
The trash was wet and it was leaking.
And is that from that, I guess, 502A?
Yes.
And over here on the right, what is that? Or left, I should say.
That's what I believed is flakings from, part of it was dry, part of it was wet. And that's what fell onto the paper as we opened it up.
And is this photograph a fair and accurate representation of 502A?
It is.
State would offer 502A.
No objection.
502A admitted as a full exhibit.
Oh, that's right. Photograph 8 out of, or 502A.
States 42, file 3, photograph 8, admitted as
you.
a full exhibit.
Sir, did you seize this item?
I did.
Okay, and with respect to seizing it, if I may just have a moment, Your Honor. If I may just defer. Stage 43. Sir, I'm going to hand you stage 43 for ID. If you want their gloves right next to you. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
Basically, this is a evidence bag with exhibit 502A, which is the poncho with blood-like substance within it.
How do you know?
Because there's an evidence label on it.
Okay. Is there a, and has it gone, when it was seized, did it go anywhere else?
It did. It looks like it went to the state laboratory.
And by the way, well, state would offer it, Your Honor. The concession is open.
No objection.
So that's states 43.
States 43.
Stage 43 admitted as a full exhibit.
Yeah. And, Your Honor, so there are gloves there. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is it?
That's exhibit number 502A. That's what was a clear poncho with blood-like substance.
It was a clear poncho?
Yes.
So with respect to the poncho that I'm holding, up here on, I don't know if you can see it, sir, but on the top, it looks like there are cuts.
Yes.
Was that in that condition when you seized it that day?
Yes.
And there are, I guess, numerous markings and things on this. Do you know what that is?
No.
Do you know if this went to the lab at all?
I do know. Went to the lab.
And did they take action on it?
They did.
going to ask you actually to just take a look at the top, the ends edging on here. You see this red like markings?
I
on
do.
the edge? Did that look like that photograph all over this poncho when you picked it up that day?
Yes,
And you indicated with respect to the stuff on the bottom of the photograph up there, that it was from this item.
yes.
Do you know which part it was from?
No, when we took it out, it was, a lot of it was wet, so it was just leaking everywhere.
Thank you. I may just have one moment here. Yes, if you can, would you mind? Thank you. Yeah, shut up. May I have a moment, counsel? I may approach the clerk, Your Honor, welcome.
No objection, you can.
If you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, I may need assistance from Attorney Moran with the photograph, I believe, exhibit 42 can be admitted with no objection. Like the report.
Exhibit 42, admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you.
Rest of it.
Yes, the next one.
File 3, picture 9.
File 3, picture 9. Sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
That's another clear trash, well, that's a clear bag with a blood-like substance on it.
Is this, did you later learn whether this was a poncho as well?
I don't remember.
I may approach your and show you case 44. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize this to be?
That's the package that item number 502B is contained in.
Did you give it the item number 502B?
I did.
And what is 502B?
Basically a clear plastic bag with blood-like substance on it.
State would offer 44.
That's that. No objection.
States 44, admitted as a full exhibit.
I do.
What is this item?
That's exhibit 502B, which was a clear plastic bag with blood-like substance, later identified as a poncho.
Now, there's a lot of, I guess, grayness on this.
Yes,
Do you know what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It's a fingerprint powder.
You know, this item later went to the lab.
Yes, it did go to the lab.
I'm gonna actually draw your attention over here to the, I guess, left side. Do you recognize what's depicted on the left side of this item?
I do.
What's depicted on the left side of this item?
It's a blood-like substance.
Is that in the same condition as the you seized it from May 30th, 2000?
Yes,
Now, you indicated the other poncho was wet in some parts.
yes,
Is this one?
I don't recall.
You could take a look at the screen as well as on the upper right. What is depicted on that photograph?
That's remnants from the bag transferred onto the brown paper.
Then I can break it, we'll repackage these and seal them up. They are.
It is 11:15 now. Attorney Manning, do you wish to take the morning recess now?
May I just take a look at what is the next one? We can take the recess now, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll stand in our morning recess. Please do not discuss the case. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, sure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Manning.
Sergeant Duggan is with us, please. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Sir, when we left off, I'm going to show you actually what's been marked as. Next one. Is, yes, please. File 3, picture 10, out of states 42. If you could take a look behind you, sir. And what does that depict?
That's an overall picture of a sponge that we found within the trash.
Now, if you look above the sponge, the photograph, in the photograph, there's dots and other stuff on the brown paper. Can you explain what those are?
The sponge was wet and there was debris attached to the sponge when we removed it from the trash,
What do you mean by debris?
like grass or leaf type material.
Is that depicted on the photograph?
It is.
If you wouldn't mind standing up at the screen, please, to find that out. The center to middle upper part of the photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
You know, on the left side, sort of where you're standing, the photograph, there's the marking. What exactly is that?
Just dirt and debris.
It's kind of in a pattern. Is that a,
Might be a footprint.
and did you move that? Would that be one of your footprints or another state police troopers?
Probably mine.
Did you take this photograph?
I did.
Sir, if you can have a seat. I'm just going to show you, actually. Show you states 45. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
That's evidence packaging. That packages, that's the sponge is in evidence packaging.
Is that 502C, what we see depicted on that photograph behind you?
It is.
Thank you. State would offer it.
No objection.
States 45 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish it?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, is that the sponge that you seized out of the garbage can, sir?
It is.
Sir, if I can, I'm gonna draw your attention to the red marks on the, if I hold it lengthwise, upper right-hand side, do you see those?
I do.
Do you know where those came from?
I bel
Let me ask you a preliminary question, but actually before I do that. Did this item go to the lab?
it did.
It did, okay. And with respect to these markings, would those be from the lab?
They would be from the lab.
Okay. Do you have any, you don't have any knowledge about that?
No.
Move on, please, to file 3, picture 11. Oh, what's that one? Yeah, thank you. Sir, take a look behind you. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is depicted on that photograph?
It's a black glove that was found within the trash contents.
And did you seize that as evidence?
I did.
Did you give it an evidence number?
I did. 502D.
I'm going to show you also. Mark as stage 46. Do you recognize this item, sir?
I do.
What is that item?
It's Exhibit 502D in evidence packaging.
And did you seize this?
I did.
State would offer it.
No objection.
That states 46.
Yes, sir.
States 46 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
I may just have a moment, counsel. Yeah, just have one moment, Your Honor. Sir, with respect to 46, did that also go to the lab?
It did.
If I may just approach the clerk, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, so this is gonna be 47, the glove is 46.
46, if these items can please be marked as 46A for ID solely.
Thank you. 46A for ID.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is it?
It's a black glove. It's Exhibit 502D.
Did you seize this from the garbage that day?
I did.
So I'm going to have you take a look at the screen behind you. Do you recognize that? This is photograph 12.
I do.
What is it?
It's a pair of gloves.
Did you take that from the scene from the garbage can that day?
I did.
Why did you seize these gloves as evidence?
So upon inspection of the gloves, there was a blood-like substance on both sets of gloves. Therefore, we seized them as a pair.
Where on the glove did you find blood-like substance?
Multiple areas on the glove.
Could you please describe them, please?
If you zoom in on the picture, I can point to the areas.
If you wouldn't mind getting up there. If you-
So if you zoom in on this area, you can see specks of blood on the glove.
And did you observe that on, when you went through the garbage on May 30th, 2019?
I did.
Any other areas?
In different photographs that'll show.
If you can, I think this is 13. Is this the other side of the gloves?
Yep.
Is there an area depicted on the back of the gloves that has blood-like substance? And is that the emblem, I guess?
It is
Is that a good way to say that?
logo of the glove.
And could you picture 14? Sir, what about the palm of the glove?
So there's specks of blood-like substance on the palm, and there's a blood-like substance on the edge of the glove as well.
And you observed that day?
I did.
And did you seize these gloves as evidence?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 47. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is states 47?
Those are the gloves within evidence packaging.
I have no objection, Your Honor. State would offer 47 if I may publish.
States 47 admitted as a full exhibit.
Okay, thank you. If I can, there's actually 2 more photographs. And 15, please. Sir, what is that a close-up of the palm?
It's a close-up of the palm, and you can see specks of blood-like staining on the glove.
Thank you. And picture 16, what does that depict?
That's a picture of the logo on the glove. There's blood-like staining on the logo of the glove.
Thank you. You can have a seat, sir. I'll show you one at a time, sir. If I may. Do you recognize what this item?
I do.
Does it show the blood-like stain that you were discussing?
It does.
If you could perhaps, if I may stand over here, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, if you could just point out on the glove where the area was. And for the record, he's pointing to the, I guess, middle of the glove, the palm where the fingers. I may just. And the other. And sir, to your knowledge, did this also go to the lab?
They did.
Is there anything on this glove? Did you see on the corner?
In the lower left corner.
take a look at the screen behind you. This is photograph 17. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
It's a black bag.
And was that come out of the garbage?
It did.
Albany and Green?
Yes.
What was it?
It was just a black bag with a blood-like substance on the bag.
The may approach states 48, sir. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that item?
It's the black bag within evidence packaging.
Is it the same black bag that is contained on that photograph behind you?
It is.
The state would offer it.
No objection.
48, Your Honor, may I publish?
States 48 admitted as a full exhibit, you may publish.
Is this the item that came out?
It is.
Sir, I should ask you, why the brown paper bags? Why are things packaged in brown paper bags?
Brown paper bags is the best way to preserve these types of evidence. It allows the material to breathe.
Does it, if it was placed in a plastic bag, and would that could that potentially damage
It
any
could.
evidence contained? Sir, take a look at the screen behind you. So that is photograph 18. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a set of keys that were found within the trash. Those were given evidence exhibit 502G.
And did you seize them as well for evidence?
I did.
Ma'am, my dear.
Yes.
This set of keys that we're seeing on the screen there, did you attempt to fit them to anything?
I did not know.
You know, if anyone tried to fit them to anything?
That I-
Objection.
Well, this is not voir dire.
No, it's about relevance.
Well,
I'll withdraw it, Your Honor, to move it along. If
thank
he wishes to vote here.
I'm
I'll
finished.
withdraw my objection.
you may proceed.
You withdraw. If she's withdrawing the offer, then I'm withdrawing the objection.
I'm not withdrawing the offer. I objected to his question. If he wishes
Right.
to inquire, Your
Well,
Honor, I want to leave this up.
The
but I
the
have
question,
no
this is voir dire by the defense. The question was, did you try to fit these keys to anything?
And your answer was,
I did not.
so my objection is just relevance.
Well, they haven't been offered.
I have offered them, Your Honor. They were seized out of the garbage that day on Albany Avenue. He took a photograph of it and what is contained in that photograph.
And
In
what,
that item is what is contained in that photograph that he touched. He
and
seized
what would be the number if you
it. It is 49.
offer them? Thank you. And the objection is to the offer, correct?
Yes, on the basis of, well, not relevant to Mr. Troconis, but I would also submit it's not relevant to the case. It was something that was found in a garbage bag that is not followed up with anything as far as I know.
Well, let's walk through this again. The offer's been made. These keys were seized out of the location at Albany and Green. The offer is as a full exhibit. The objection is relevant.
Yes, Your Honor, and if I may, anything that comes out of that garbage is in the state's view relevant. If I wanted to introduce a piece of rice, I would be here asking that, and it'd be up to the court to make that call, because I do feel that anything that is contained in that garbage can is pertinent to this case one way or another, whether excluding or including in this case, but also just for the fact that for the police investigation, my offer would be, Your Honor, that the police did take steps with respect to these keys that were seized. So that will come in as well. So with respect to the offer of proof, this is the exhibit 49 is the item that is seized on that day on May 30th at Albany Avenue. The witness testified that he took a photograph of it, he labeled it, and it was seized as evidence. So the state would offer it.
Well, however, in each of the other offers, the state asked what led you to seize the particular item. The court did not hear that question with regard to this item.
Well, to be fair, Your Honor, I don't believe I asked that until after, with respect to the ponchos, they had been admitted without objection from counsel. So then I proceeded to ask specifics with respect to the item. So if Your Honor wishes, I can continue more with respect to this, but I can ask.
Well, the court is going to sustain the relevance objection because simply retrieving the item from the garbage may have been the decision of Sergeant Duggan, but the relevance is not clear, so that's sustained.
Sir, do you see the picture behind you?
I do.
Photograph is that? 19. Picture 19. Sir, what is that?
It's a picture of zip ties.
Did you find those out of the garbage on Albany Avenue that day?
I did.
And did you package them and bring them back to Troop H?
I did.
You did. And with respect to these items, did you then subsequently separate them from the other items?
Yes.
Similar to you did every item that was contained in that garbage can?
Yes.
And did you photograph it?
Yes.
And did you then seize it as an evidentiary number?
Yes.
What evidentiary number did you seize it as?
502H.
And why did you seize it?
So on the zip ties, there's a blood-like substance on several areas of the zip ties, and I found that relevant.
In the course of it, by the way, you testified earlier that you were searching the garbage cans. Were you aware of Jennifer Carver Douglas's disappearance?
I was.
And were you aware that the Ford Raptor was seen on video depositing garbage bags the night of Jennifer Carver Douglas's disappearance?
I was.
So would you feel that zip ties would be relevant toward the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Douglas?
I'm going to object. What he felt, again, is not relevant, and what's relevant is what the court decides. I'm not objecting to this exhibit, but I'm objecting to the question, letting him give his subjective opinion about what's relevant to the case.
Well, there's already been testimony that there was a blood-like substance on the zip ties. So that suggests that the relevance objection is overruled.
I didn't make one. I was objecting to the question of asking him to opine as to what he thought it was.
Well, there's already been testimony that there was a blood-like substance on the zip ties.
That's fine, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 50. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is contained within this, or what is this item?
It's the zip ties contained within evidence packaging.
And are these the zip ties that you seized out of the garbage that day on Albany Avenue on May 30th, 2019?
They are.
Are they the zip ties that you saw the blood-like substance contained on them?
They are.
And are they the zip ties that you seized for 502H?
Yes.
I would ask to publish it at this time.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, did these also go to the lab?
They did.
And how many zip ties were found in that bag? Do you
There were
recall?
4 pieces of zip tie.
Now, you say pieces. Why do you say that?
Because the zip ties were cut.
If I can you please put on some gloves, sir? If I may. Now, just briefly, with respect to the zip ties, you said, you indicated there was a blood-like substance. If you can, sir, I'm going to hand you over the zip ties. If you could please show the jury where that substance is contained therein. And for the record, it would be at the, is that the tie?
I think you dropped.
Oh. Thank you. If you could just explain where the blood-like substance is contained within that.
On this connector piece. And then on the other end of the zip tie.
And is that a tie that has been cut?
Yes.
Where? Thank you. I'm going to hand you another one, please. And by the way, if I can, just to be clear, these have little tags on them. The one you looked at, is it labeled 52-2?
Yes.
And what is the one that you have in front of you?
52-4.
If you could take a look at 52-4 for me, please. Is that one cut?
No, it's not.
And does it contain any of the blood-like substance that you saw that day?
It does.
If you could please point to where it was. And is that at the end?
It is.
Thank you. I'm going to show you 52-3. You could take a look at that. Is that zip tie intact or is it cut?
This zip tie is intact.
And is there any blood-like substance on that zip tie?
There does not appear to be.
Did that zip tie go to the lab as well?
It did.
I'm going to show you. See, it's 52 dash, well, what's been marked as 52-1 along with it. Is that zip tie intact?
It is.
And is there any blood-like substance on there that you could see today sitting here 4 years later?
It does not appear to be, no.
If we can, if you could take a look at the screen behind you, sir, with respect to the photograph, I will take that back. Thank you. If you can, sir, do you see those? The zip ties depicted in that photograph?
I do.
Okay. Now, you indicated there were 2 that were cut. Are the 2 that were cut depicted on that photograph?
Yeah.
If you could please stand up and point to it for the jury. And the other 2, were those intact?
Those are intact.
On the top one, see on the end of it, where the cursor is, what is that?
That's a blood-like substance.
Thank you. You can have a seat, sir. Oh, that's the other side of the zip ties. Can you take a look at that behind you, sir? Which one is that? 21. And does that also depict the state of the zip tie that day on May 30th, 2019?
It does.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Sir, take a look behind you. You recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted?
It's a white bath towel.
And was that in the garbage canister at Albany and Green on May 30th, 2019?
It was.
Did you seize that as evidence, sir?
I did.
Why?
It was a white bath towel with a lot of blood-like substance on a towel.
And was that what it looked like in 2019?
Yes,
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as states 51. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What exactly is this item?
That's the bath towel within evidence packaging.
And was that the 502I?
Yes,
State would offer at this time, Your Honor.
No objection.
And what is the exhibit number, please?
51.
States 51 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
Sir, is this what the towel looked like that day back in 2019?
it is.
Thank you. Did this also go to the lab?
It did.
So I'm going to show you what's on the screen behind you. What is that, sir?
That is evidence exhibit 502J, which is a mop or broom handle that's broken.
And did you seize that out of the garbage at Albany and Green that day?
I did,
Why did you seize that?
because there's a blood-like substance on it.
Where is the blood-like substance?
You mind if I get up?
If you wouldn't mind, please.
On this portion of the mop handle? And of that portion of the mop handle.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 52. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
That's the mop handle within evidence packaging.
Is this the mop handle that you seized that day that came out of the garbage of Albany and Green on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
The state would offer it.
No objection.
States 52 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
Sir, did this also go to the lab?
It did.
Now, sir, when you indicated on the photograph what area had a blood-like stain, if you could, if I hold it up here. If you could please show the jury on the actual item where where you saw the skate?
So it's in this area?
About the handle
Yes.
side? Was it bent in this position?
Correct, yes.
And what about this piece here? This, was there anything attached to it?
No.
Good to me. So I'm gonna take a look behind you. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
It's a set of trash bags.
Did you seize that as evidence in this case?
I did.
Why did you seize that as evidence?
I found that relevant, and I knew, based on information given to us, that the person of interest had dumped trash within trash bags within the trash receptacles on Albany Ave.
So you were actually aware at the time that they were in garbage bags.
Yes,
So did you seize the garbage bags themselves?
yes,
Is that why, one of the reasons why you seized 502K?
yes.
And is it, do you know if there, how many bags are contained in 502K?
I don't.
And is it knotted in the middle?
It is.
Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Is that one of the factors that, why you seized it that day?
Yes,
And was that contained inside Albany Avenue and Green on 5/30/2019?
it was.
Any official charge, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the garbage bags that you were informed that the suspect, were you informed it's Photostoulos?
Yes,
Were you informed that Photostoulos was placing garbage bags in Albany Avenue and given those addresses?
yes,
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States 53. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is this item?
That's exhibit 502K, which is the trash bag within the evidence packaging.
Now, were there other trash bags that came out of that garbage can?
Yes,
And did you seize those as well?
I did.
Did you seize every black garbage bag that came out of that garbage can?
Yes,
And was that because of the information that you had received?
yes,
Did that item that's depicted in that photograph subsequently go to the lab?
yes,
At this point, the state would offer 502K, which is 53. Now, there are going to be items I can see in here that will be IDs as well, so I would just ask counsel to.
Before it's open, I have one here, just a couple of questions, clarification before I decide whether I'm going to take a position. You indicated that, you were just asked questions in terms of seizing everything that was in the receptacle, right?
correct.
This is not, I just want to put, this is not the only thing in that garbage receptacle at Albany Avenue and Green Street that you seized, right?
Correct.
There are also white garbage bags that were seized.
Yes,
They're not in here, are they, in this bag that we're about to open?
no,
They're separate.
yes,
And is this the way you found it? I mean, it's maybe spread out a bit, but is this the way you actually found these, what we're seeing on the screen there, in that condition, just two ripped bags?
yes,
And there was just a statement made, there were some other things that are in the bag. Was there anything in those two black bags that are shown on the screen at the time that you took that photograph?
not to my knowledge. I'm unaware of that.
Okay, so this time, as I understand, it's only the bags that are being offered.
Is everything in 502K, I need to open that.
Oh, so, but in terms of what I just through the court, it's just the bags at this point that are being offered?
Maybe if I can just clarify a little bit, so you never opened these bags?
No.
correct? You never looked inside of them, ripped them open, looked to see what was there?
No,
Okay. You seized those bags as they contain in that item, and then it got sent to the lab.
yes,
Do you have any idea what happened after the lab?
no,
So realistically, Your Honor, all that's being offered at this time would be the items that are seen on the screen, which is the bag tied together. The other, anything that was contained therein, I believe will be going in through the lab as they were the ones that found it.
That's what I wanted to get clarification. I didn't know whether there was anything that was observed inside the bags, but if it's just bags at this point, I'm certainly not objecting.
Thank you. What would be the exhibit number?
This is exhibit 53.
Exhibit 53 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I will note the bag itself, the exterior bag is marked with the exhibit sticker, but if there's other things in there, I just want the record to reflect I don't know what that is yet, so I don't want to agree that everything in that bag is admissible, only the one item we just talked about.
Perhaps I should go over to the clerk's, Your Honor. I'm going to have some of the marks for ID. So just with respect to, if I may, Your Honor, Counsel and I are going through to ensure we have everything. So with respect to the item contained in that photograph, do you recall how many bags there were?
I don't recall.
Would you like to look at your report, or would it refresh your recollection to? By the way,
Yes.
you didn't separate them and pull them apart,
I did not.
okay? And you didn't look inside to see what's inside of them?
I did not.
And with respect to, actually, I need a different report. Oh. What's this? Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. That's okay. I may just have a moment.
Yes.
This is an actual. This is your- May I report to clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm gonna show you what's been marked 54 for ID. Please don't read it loud from it, but I'm gonna draw your attention to the middle of the page. If you can review that, and see if it refreshes your recollection concerning this exhibit.
I do.
And how many garbage bags was, I guess, contained within this exhibit itself?
4 pieces.
4 pieces? Okay. And did you separate them to designate and give them different names or different numbers?
I did not.
Okay. Did you just package it together so it could be sent to the lab?
Correct.
And if I may, I may just have one moment here.
Your Honor, may I do one more clarification with the state's permission here? When we're looking, sir, when we're looking at the picture, you can't tell whether there's 1, 2, or more bags, correct?
Correct.
When you wrote your report, you referred to it when you were just refreshing your recollection. I just want to see, you said you refreshed your recollection, right?
I did.
You referred to it as 4 pieces of a black plastic garbage bag, right?
Yes.
I'm not objecting.
So this would be states 51, Your Honor. There are items that are going to be marked as A, B, and C. There's actually 3 more items, counsel. There's 3 more items in here.
So there's no objection to states 51, A, B, and C?
No, sir. I'm just offering what's depicted on the screen right now as the garbage bags, as basically
Which is states 51?
51. It's 53. So 53, Your Honor, if I can. 53 would be those items over there. 53A, B, C, D, and E are for ID only, if I can.
So the offer has been made on states 51, correct?
51, I apologize, it's my mistake. 51 is already in, it's 53.
Thank you.
And I believe there's no objections. These, those will be for another day.
No objection.
To that item, the bag that we were just talking about.
So states 53,
Yes, Your Honor, we will be strict.
admitted as full exhibit.
By the way, sir, you didn't separate these as they came in?
I did not. I packaged them just as they were in the photograph.
And you didn't separate this, correct?
No,
Actually, going back to this first one, is there another inside the bag? Okay, may I just have one moment? So I'm gonna show you back to the first one. There's this big piece hanging out here. And again, you didn't separate these or pull them out.
I did not.
And how many bags did you indicate in your report, sir?
4.
And sir, if you could take a look behind you. And that is photograph 26. Thank you. Is that one of the bags that you pulled out of the garbage bag that day?
It is.
And was that also seized as evidence and given a marker?
Yes.
And I'm gonna move on if I can. Sir, to take a look at the photograph behind you, which is photograph 27. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that an item that came out of the garbage that day on Albany Avenue and Green Street?
Yes.
What is it a photograph of?
A photograph of a paper towel with blood-like staining on it.
And did you seize it as evidence?
I did.
I may approach states 55. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what is it?
It's the item, the paper towel, the blood-like staining, contained within an evidence packaging.
Why did you seize that as evidence that day?
Found it relevant due to the fact that it had blood-like staining on it.
State would offer 55.
No objection.
States 55 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
Sir, did this also go to the lab?
It did.
Sir, if you could take a look at the picture.
This is 28.
28. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
I do.
What is that?
It's a trash bag with a bunch of vegetation in it, i.e. leaves, sticks.
And was that bag seized as evidence as well?
It was.
Why was it seized?
We found it out of place and might be relevant to the investigation.
Was any action taken on that item contained in 5020?
It was.
What was done?
It was sent to a laboratory, agricultural laboratory in Maine.
And, well, I'll stop there if we can. Item behind you, which is photograph 29. You can take a look at that. What is depicted on that photograph, please?
It's like two pieces of white cloth with a blood-like substance on them.
And did you seize those two pieces that day?
I did.
And did those two pieces come out of Albany and Green
They did.
on May 30th, 2019?
They did.
And why did you seize them as evidence?
They had blood-like staining on them and I found them relevant.
So I may just approach. I'm going to show you what's marked at state 56. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It's the exhibit contained within evidence packaging.
And by exhibit contained within the evidence packaging, are you
It's the white paper cloths in an evidence package.
502P?
Yes.
They would offer 56, Your Honor.
States 56 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
Sir, just to be clear, did you, could you please show, if I may just approach, whether it's on the actual item or the photograph, the items of blood-like stain? Front of the bigger, I would say, of the paper towels?
The bigger piece and it's on the edges of the smaller piece.
Thank you. Sir, can you take a look behind you? That is state
30.
30? 30. I'm sorry, not state 30. Photograph 30 out of state 42. What is that, sir?
It's 2 trash bags.
Did you seize those as evidence?
We did.
Why did you seize it as evidence?
We found it relevant to the investigation
Why is that?
because the person of interest or suspect, as you would call it, was dumping items of trash in trash receptacles in Hartford.
Yes. Okay. This one has the.
Yeah, that's fine.
Page 57, Your Honor.
No objection.
States 57 admitted as a full exhibit.
Did you look inside that bag, sir?
I don't recall.
Now, are these different types of bags than the other ones that you saw in the seized in the garbage?
They are.
Okay, in what way?
These are more of a grocery store type bag.
And so why did you still seize these?
We were told that suspect had thrown black bags in the trash in Hartford.
So you seized all trash?
Yes.
That you could find? Okay. This one has, I guess, something inside of it. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's behind you now, please. You can take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It's a razor blade.
Did you find that in the garbage on Albany and Green
I did.
on May 30th, 2019?
I did.
Did you seize that as evidence?
I did.
Why did you seize it as evidence?
I found it relevant because there was blood-like substance on it. Part of the razor blade was broken, and there was a hair-like fiber on the broken razor blade.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 58. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is it?
It's the broken razor blade within evidence packaging.
And to your knowledge, did this also go to the lab?
Yes.
State would offer it, Your Honor.
Could I, one here,
Yes.
clarify? Detective, you're referring to this item that we see on the screen and which is the bag that contains what we're seeing on the screen is 502S.
Yes.
We're referring to that as a razor blade. Is that the term you're using?
I believe a better term would be a scraper with a razor blade attached to it.
Or a box cutter, maybe?
That could be another term.
Right, but you're referring to this item as a razor blade. It's actually a tool that's either a box cutter or a scraper that may contain, you said a broken razor blade within.
Yes,
That's what you mean by this.
that's a better representation.
Okay, so you didn't take it apart and see what's inside,
I did not.
but you're talking about this whole item.
Correct.
Okay, I'm not going to object. I just wanted to clarify what we were talking about.
And this is states
58, Your Honor.
58 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
just have one moment, Your Honor. No. I may, Your Honor, just finish it first.
It's 58. So it's 58A.
58A for ID, Your Honor. And I'm gonna put it back in the whole exhibit for 58.
So for the record, it's my understanding the state is only offering at the time of exhibit 58, the box cutter, but not whatever was in this envelope.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So 58 admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. I'm putting 58A inside of it to keep track, Your Honor, but I am only offering this item. No, sir, you indicated there was a broken blade. If I may approach. What did you mean by that?
The top portion here is a razor blade and it's broken.
And you indicated there was a blood-like substance on the blade. Where was that?
It's on the edges of the blade,
Where-
Yes.
Where the actual blade is broken?
where it's actually broken.
Thank you, sir. Sir, take a look at the screen behind you. You recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
It's a screwdriver?
Did that come out of the garbage at Albany and Green?
Yes,
Was that on May 30th, 2019?
yes,
Now, did you seize that as evidence?
I did.
Why?
Because there was a blood-like substance on it.
And where was the blood-like substance?
On the, can I get up and show you?
If you could, please.
It appeared to be on the shaft portion of the screwdriver.
If I can, sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 59. Do you recognize this item?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the screwdriver within evidence packaging.
Is it the screwdriver that you took out of the garbage on Albany and Green?
It is,
The one that portrayed on that photograph behind you?
yes.
State would offer it.
No objection.
So that states 59.
Yes, sir.
States 59 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
If I may, sir. With respect to States 59, where was the blood-like stain that you saw? The tool portion,
Cool.
you say?
Yep.
Sir, if you could take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
I do.
What is depicted on that screen?
It's a white colored bra with blood-like substance on the bra.
And if you can, actually, if you wouldn't mind, could you go back to the garbage? Here. Go back to picture 7, sir. On States 42, file 3. That bra we saw on that photograph, is it contained in picture 7?
It is.
If you wouldn't mind, please standing up and run through it.
If you zoom in right here, there's part of the strap and the bra itself.
Now, you indicated previously that you opened that bag. Why that bag?
It was already partially opened, so I could see within it. So I continued to open it up, avoiding the knot area.
And why did you seize the bra? If we can go back to that photograph, please. Thank you.
While we were investigating the disappearance of a woman, where an alleged assault had taken place.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's offered for why he did something.
Again, this goes to why he did something is irrelevant. Basically sees everything. He's explained it had a lead-like stain on it. That is the reason why it's been seized. For him to now narrate what he thinks happened is, I think, improper and irrelevant.
Well, the information that Sergeant Duggan received, he did not previously say the information he received concerned an assault, but that does not mean that he's precluded from stating that the information he received also included information about an assault. Overruled.
Sir, was that item seized as evidence as well?
It was,
Was it given an evidentiary number?
it was,
What number was that?
502U.
If you can go to the next picture. Is that what the bra looked like that day?
Yes, that's a different side of it.
Okay, and the next one? What is that, sir?
That's a long sleeve striped shirt with blood-like substance on it that was seized from within that bag.
If I may just have a moment with counsel, Your Honor. If I can actually inquire, Your Honor, I'm gonna separate the exhibit numbers on this if I can. The entire box was, just to be clear,
60.
the entire box is 60. That would be just the box. I believe, if we can make this 61, please. And if I may inquire, 61 is no objection.
No objection.
Thank you.
And 61 is admitted as a full exhibit.
Yes, sir, thank you.
And then we have based on the representation of what's in it, if there's something else in it, then I.
And we can go through as we open it, Your Honor. These have all been sealed. I have not tampered with that. If you can, 62 is a full exhibit as well. With no
Again, same,
objection.
same reservation, we didn't need to open it, assuming it's what we think is in there.
62, state 62 admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And 63 is ID at this time, if I may inquire, Your Honor. Thank you. And thank you very much for. Okay, Sergeant Doyle, can I ask you a couple questions about this box?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a box, and within it is a black trash bag with a shirt and a bra.
With respect to what is, we saw a photograph of the bag containing the bra and the shirt previously. Do you remember that?
I do.
And with respect to those three items as a whole, did you seize them together?
I believe we seized them separately.
Okay. And did you give them a F502U number?
Yes,
So 502U would be the shirt,
the shirt.
502U would be the bra. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and 502U would be the garbage bag it came in as well.
yes.
Okay, now when you package them together, did you package them within the label of 502U?
Yes,
And if you can, with respect to was a label given onto the box?
it was.
And what does that label read, please?
One plastic garbage bag tied in a knot containing a shirt and bra with blood-like substance contained within Exhibit 502.
So the shirt and the bra were contained within the bag?
Yes,
So with respect to all three items, did they go to the lab?
they did.
And how do you know that?
There's a lab sticker on the box.
On state 60?
Yes,
Now I'm going to show you the inside of state 60. If I can. Specifically for ID, state 63. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is it?
That's the black trash bag contained within an evidence bag.
How do you recognize it?
There's a writing on the bag that says black trash bag,
And how do you recognize that writing?
because I put it there.
So that would be, that's contained in that writing on this bag on state 63?
Yes,
So what was contained within 63? I'm going to show you, and by the way, this went to the lab afterwards, so you can't testify to anything that happened after you seized it, correct?
correct.
And so anything that was contained in here was something you put in?
Yes,
I'm going to show you the contents of 60. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
That's the black trash bag.
And is that the black trash bag that you seized in connection with the bra and shirt, or that contained the bra and shirt that day?
Yes,
The state would offer it.
Your Honor, I had a side discussion. This went to the lab and it's been altered, so I'm gonna object at this time until we hear from the lab people. At which point, as long as that foundation is laid, I'm not gonna object. At this point, I submitted the testimony without me even having to do a voir dire, it's in an altered state from when he collected it, and therefore I object at this point. It does require some additional foundation that I would have some questions
Your Honor, if I may, I have successfully completed in the state's view the chain of custody to indicate that this witness saw the black bag, saw the shirt, the bra contained therein, seized it appropriately, logged it all as evidence. He has identified both the bag, the container it came in, as well as the exhibit as a whole. Now, steps on what happened to that item after it left his possession is certainly fodder for cross-examination and further follow-up, which I'm sure there will be, but it goes to its weight with respect to its analysis in the case. It doesn't go to its admissibility. The state has satisfied that, so I would ask it to be admitted at this time.
If I may respond, Your Honor, I've been very liberal about not objecting to the fact that many of these items went out. This is one that there was a lot of lab work done on. It does require a chain of custody for that matter, which I understand is going to be done. So I'm objecting, it's not in the condition it was in when it was seized and packaged by this witness. Therefore, he is not it can be marked for ID. They've established the first step, but I believe I'm entitled to show what happened to it, how it was changed, and what it was like when it came back. And again, I am not requiring the state to bring in every person who delivered it and drove it, but there is the lab portion of this. And as I said, I've not objected on that basis to the other items. This is one that there needs to be some examination through the lab people. So I'm objecting that it comes as a full at this moment.
Well, the witnesses testified that the bag itself was pulled from a receptacle. The bag was partially open. Inside of the bag was the bra with blood-like stains and a shirt with blood-like stains. He marked the bag. Counsel's objection is that the bag has been altered. Well, that is not persuasive in determining whether the bag was marked and whether it was the bag that was pulled from the corner of Albany and Green. Overruled.
That is 63 as a full. Your Honor, may I publish these exhibits?
Well, time is 1 o'clock.
Oh.
We can pick up
Yes.
at 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, we will stand in our luncheon recess. Please do not discuss the case. We will resume at, let's say 2:05.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 2:05. Please
Let me just first clerk, Your Honor.
Yes.
We can, Your Honor. I'm waiting for a disc from the clerks, but I can continue. Sergeant Duggan, when we left off, I believe was with respect to states 60, the box and the contents of the box. Can you just explain again what was inside the bag?
Inside the bag was a long sleeve striped shirt with blood-like staining on it and a bra, white bra with blood-like staining on it.
I believe that state 61 came in as a full exhibit. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
60. I don't have 61.
I believe it did. If I may publish it at this time, Your Honor.
Well, does council remember an objection to state 61?
Where I think it went is, I had told council I wasn't going to object. I don't know if she officially offered that, the items.
If I didn't, I will now, 61 and 62. And I
State-
believe Your Honor ruled on the box already.
State 61, state 62 admitted as full exhibits.
Thank you. I'm gonna open page 60, Your Honor, if I may publish. Sergeant Duggan. Is this the item that you pulled out of the garbage of Albany and Green on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
Now, with respect to, first of all, what is it?
That's a bra.
The back of the bra is collapsed. Was it like that in the condition when you found it?
That's exactly how we found it.
And with respect to the front of the bra, is there a cut going down the middle of it?
There is,
Approximately where, please?
right in the center of the bra.
If I may just, if you can, sir, if you could point out. And would that be a little off center on the left side, over the left breast area?
Yes,
Did this also go to the lab?
it did.
If you can, Your Honor, if we can just sort of reference states 42. And what photograph? is that? 35. Okay. And there is one more, I believe. 36, thank you. And does the 36 behind you show that cut as well?
Yes,
Thank you. State 61, Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, if you could take a look at the screen behind you. Is that a photograph of the shirt that you took out of the garbage on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
Is that the back or the front?
I believe that's the back. The,
Do you wish to say? You can continue.
the front was cut.
The front was cut. Show the next picture, please. Thank you. Yes. The numbers.
That's 38.
38, please. So is that the front?
It is.
I'm gonna show you. It's 61, I believe. May, sir, can you please point to where the shirt is cut?
It's almost right down the center of the shirt.
Are there any buttons or zippers on the shirt?
No,
So, and what is the brand?
it's a Vineyard Vine shirt.
And over here, there's some marking. What is that?
There's a defect in the shirt.
Are you talking about the hole?
Yeah,
And did this go to the lab?
it did.
And there are letters here, EDSFTG. Do you know what that stands for?
Yes, it's a Vineyard Vine slogan for every day should feel this good.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. I want to ask you to look at a couple of images, if I may, from folder 2 on exhibit. I think it's exhibit 42. 40. No, I think it's 42. Yeah. Could you call up, please, folder 2 exhibit or photo 5, please? Detective, this is the trash that you said you obtained from a receptacle that, but let's be clear, it was at Albany and Adams Street, not Albany and Blue Hills, correct?
Correct.
Was in this condition when you obtained it, right? That is, it was jumbled together like this?
Yes,
It was not in a black garbage bag, right?
it was not.
And so you see in this image a Subway sandwich bag. You see that up in the right-hand corner of this trash. You see that, right?
I do.
And that was just one of the items that you found in this particular receptacle, loose in that receptacle, right?
Yes.
You agree that, how did you get all these things out of the receptacle? That is, Did you pick them up individually? Did you dump them? Did you have everything scooped out? How did that happen?
There were three of us. So one held the trash bag open and the other two picked up the trash bin and poured the bin into our bag.
And if you would just go to the same folder, number 1, photograph 1. Here we have Scott's Jamaican Bakery with the green and yellow awning in the background, correct?
Correct.
And this is, I just want to be clear, the items that we were just looking at came out of the receptacle that's in the foreground of photo 1 from folder 2, correct?
Correct.
You agree that when you dumped everything from that bag, whatever was in there sort of mixed together, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't even necessarily in that order, the way you laid it out. It's just you collected it all and spread it. Is that right?
Correct.
You did not test yourself for any DNA, correct?
No,
You did not test for any fingerprints
no,
yourself in the garbage?
nope,
And you didn't participate in anything that was done at the state lab
no,
once it was sent there, right?
no.
But you collected it, you had it turned over to somewhere in the state police evidence log, correct?
Correct.
And then whatever happened to it before it was brought in here today, you were not involved in that,
I
correct?
was not.
Could I ask for, in the same exhibit, would you go to folder 3, photo 25, please? Now, we're showing you the, these are the garbage bags that you described. This is the condition in which you found them on that date, correct?
Correct.
And did you mark it as 502K or did somebody else do that?
I did.
So everything that came out of that bag had a number 502 on it, right?
Yes.
And then if you broke it up into certain additional items, you then gave it a letter after the 502, right?
Correct.
But you didn't give a letter to everything that came out of the bin that you marked as 502, did you?
No,
Just certain items, correct?
just certain items.
And there's one picture I wanted to ask you about, if I may. You said you sent one of the items to an agricultural station. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Let me just see if I can find which one that is to have it called up. That's not it. Ask the court to bear with me for a minute.
Yes.
I thought I'd written down the correct number, but I apparently did not. Those numbers don't. Yeah. Let me just have a moment with my. So in that same folder 3, number 28, if you would just look at that image, that was material that said looked like some kind of leafy vine material with looked like some kind of plant-like substance, right?
Correct.
You said you sent it to some agricultural laboratory in New Haven.
Correct.
Did you do anything else with that material after that?
No,
And going back to folder three, photograph 25, please. Is this this is the way in which you found that bag after it was removed from, I believe it was from, was it Albany and Green Streets?
yes,
And as you've indicated, you didn't know that there were a couple of small items that might have been inside it at the time, right?
no,
You didn't inspect it other than take a picture of it, spread it out on the brown paper, and take a picture, correct?
correct.
You didn't, for this item, you didn't do any kind of fingerprinting as well, did you?
I did not, no,
Or any kind of DNA work on it?
no,
And so that we're clear, because we've seen the image itself, these black bags were, there were various black bags that you were shown today, is that correct?
correct.
Some of them are these small store bags and some of them were larger, correct?
Correct.
Were they, the black bags, were they opaque?
I'm sorry?
Opaque, meaning you couldn't see through them.
No, you could not.
There were white bags that you collected, correct?
Correct,
Some of those white garbage bags did have items that you could see a little bit through, right?
correct,
And there were also some clear plastic bags that had trash items in them as well, correct?
correct.
And you didn't distinguish between any of those, correct?
As far as
Well, between the items within those bags.
they were inspected,
Right. But what I'm saying is you inspected those, you opened up those bags and spread them out, correct?
correct,
Whether they were from a black bag, right?
yes,
Whether they were from a white garbage bag,
correct,
whether they were in a clear plastic bag,
correct.
whether they were tied together, right?
I don't believe any of the others were tied together.
Well, the one we just saw, it looked like they were somehow attached together, right?
Yes,
So whether they were attached together or whether they were separate, right?
right,
And when you opened, well, many of them were already ripped open, correct?
correct.
And so when you emptied the various receptacles, did you do it the same way, or did you dump them into a large garbage bag or contractor's black bag that you provided or the state police provided?
Yes,
And you did not seek at that point to separate out individual items before throwing them or dumping them into the garbage bag, correct?
correct,
So while we're dumping, some of those items did come in contact with each other, correct?
correct.
And you couldn't tell us today which ones touched and which ones didn't, right?
No,
In fact, the way you could tell what was in any black garbage bags was only by opening them, right?
correct.
Just have another moment, Judge.
Yes.
Those clear ponchos that didn't look clear anymore, right? Those were they loose or were they in one of the garbage bags that you opened?
Those were loose.
When we saw them, they were quite dark and gray and whatnot, correct?
Today?
Today, when they should.
Yes,
Okay, and that's, as far as from your experience, did it have anything to do with the fact that they had been coated with some kind of fingerprint powder?
yes,
But when you first got them, except for anything that might have gotten on them, the actual material was like a clear plastic,
it
right?
was.
And those were the kind of, they're called poncho, but those are the kind of inexpensive cellophane ponchos that you might get, they might give out at a football or baseball game, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Nothing further, thank you.
Sergeant Duggan, you may step in.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Krista O'Reilly to the stand.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Krista O'Reilly, Krista Oreilly.
Detective, you may be seated.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Good, how are you? Good. By whom are you employed?
The city of Hartford, specifically the Hartford Police Department.
Are you a police officer?
No.
Okay, in what capacity are you employed by the Hartford Police
I'm
Department?
a crime analyst in their real-time crime center.
Is that real-time crime center also called C4?
It is
How long have you worked at C4?
for 6 years.
And can you just explain briefly what an analyst is?
We provide investigative support to both patrol and the detectives within the department.
Could you, in what way?
We have the capabilities through technology and our training to provide support through video forensics, cell phone forensics, DVR forensics, basically a bunch of different types of technology.
And as an analyst, can you briefly describe some of your training and experience?
Sure. I have intel training through the military, as well as going through a crime analyst class in the military as well. During my time at Hartford PD, I was trained through DVR forensics, cell phone forensics, cell phone mapping, and
And you mentioned the military. What branch of the military did you serve?
the Army Guard.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the time period of end of May, beginning of June 2019. Were you working at C4 during that time period?
I was
And in the course of your, well, what was your job at C4 during that time?
crime analyst.
Did you review any third-party videos for in the investigation to the disappearance of Jennifer Farber-Dulos?
We did, and I did.
With respect to third-party videos, what does that mean?
So part of our job also, we've got city cameras that we have access to. We also will go out during any type of incident to pull video from, whether it be a storefront or a residence. They have their own personal video cameras, or the store's got their cameras. So that would be what we consider third-party video. We also have the ability to request video through other means, such as the buses in our city. They're equipped with about 6 cameras.
With respect to the bus transit system in Hartford, did they have video surveillance on their buses?
They do.
And did you request any video off of that bus?
I did.
Why did you do that?
So there was a point in time where we were tracking the truck coming down Albany Ave, eastbound. It turns southbound onto Milford Street, and then we don't see it resurface to Albany Ave again until on our cameras at Albany Garden. So there's a point in time, 5 or so minutes, that we don't have view of the truck. So we were using all other means to figure out what the route of the truck was. So we thought of the buses. It's a common practice in our office. So we sent out a request to CT Transit for the time frame, figured out what kind of buses, what bus numbers were in the area, and put the request through them.
Now, did you review any of the video from C4 of the Ford Raptor on Albany Avenue?
I did.
Did you review, well, what day did you review that?
We reviewed it, I believe, on May 29th. And then I sent the request to CT Transit on June 3rd for the bus video.
And in your review of the Ford Raptor on Albany Avenue, did you watch the vehicle on Albany Avenue turn onto Milford Street?
I did.
And what about Albany Avenue around Garden Street?
Yes, we see it again.
And Albany Avenue around Green Street?
Yes,
And Albany Avenue around Adam Street?
yes.
And were you asked to create a map showing those stops?
I was. It was created to help the detectives that were going out to search the garbage cans, figure out a better area, and also potentially look for more third-party video.
If I may approach your honor.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as state 64. You recognize this document?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the map that I created.
And when you say map, how did you create it?
So I was given the map, the foreground part of the map, by our mapping professional in our office. He's got the ability to map out the garbage can locations in the city, as well as he was the one that was able to put the arrows that you could see on there, the route that we determined that the truck took. And then so once I got that base layer from him, I put screenshots of the truck as well as timestamps to help the detectives, like I said, search the area that was unknown of the route. I thought the timestamps would help for pulling video potentially. If the truck was found to be coming northbound back on Albany Ave, having a timestamp would make it easier to pull video.
And with respect to the screenshots, how did you create them?
I just took snippets from our city cameras.
With respect to, I apologize, 64, the shaded area in the middle.
Yep.
What is that supposed to do?
So the shaded area is the area that is basically the unknown area. It shows any particular route that the truck could have taken to get back to Albany Ave. We lose it out of our city camera view from the Albany Blue Hills camera when the truck turns south on Milford Street. And then we don't see it again until our camera at Albany Garden, but it was unknown how the truck got back to Albany Ave at that time.
And did you create this to assist in describing the route?
Yes, describing the route and to locate additional garbage cans that might have been used, as well as pulling additional video to help support it.
I would offer it, Your Honor. May I inquire?
No objection. State 64 admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Now, Your Honor.
64.
Can I inquire, Your Honor? I'm switching now to the Elmo, and I am going to press the wrong button. Do you know which one it is?
Oh, it's not plugged in. I just have a moment, Your Honor, sorry.
All right. Well, I'm going to publish that after, Your Honor, if I can move on.
Yes.
Thank you. With respect to, you mentioned third-party videos and the bus video. How many bus videos did you receive?
I received 3.
And was there a specific time that you were requesting?
Yes, it was the time frame that we had lost the truck out of view.
Which was, do you recall what that was?
Not the exact time frame, no.
When you got the video for the bus, did you watch the bus video in its entirety?
I did. I watched all 3 videos in its entirety.
Does C4 have that brief cam capabilities?
Yes.
Briefly, can you describe what brief cam is?
Brief cam takes a long period of video and condenses it into a shorter time frame. It overlays what's going on with different timestamps, so it allows you to watch a long period of video in a short time frame, and then also to sort it. So you can sort out all the people, you can sort out the vehicles, you can sort by color. It makes reviewing video a lot quicker and easier.
Did you utilize brief cam in this instance with the bus video?
Not for the bus video, no.
So how did you watch it?
We have the bus video, the player that the bus video can play on. It's called Seon. Because it's such a common practice to use the CT Transit bus video, we just have the player installed right in our computers.
And did you watch it on CNET at the C4?
Yes,
Now, you indicate you get 3 buses. Do you know which buses that you received?
I know the one that we utilized,
Okay, well, out of the 3, how many did you utilize?
just one,
Okay, which was the one that you utilized?
1735.
And when you say utilize, what do you mean?
It was the only one where we were able to see the the truck in question.
I'm gonna show you, well, if I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, if I can, Your Honor, 65, no objection.
State 65 admitted as a full exhibit.
There you go. Thank you. Now, with respect to the video, I'm gonna stop it there. Where did the truck, the Ford Raptor, appear on the bus video?
It was on the right-hand side, the passenger side of the vehicle.
And was the bus traveling at the time?
Yes, the bus was traveling eastbound.
All right, I'm gonna have you take a look behind you. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
it's 1735 on Albany Ave.
And is that the bus video that you watched that day?
Yes,
At what point on Albany Ave does it pick up the Ford Raptor?
the Ford Raptor was stopped at Albany and Cabot.
Was there any, well, if I can, I'm just gonna hit play. Ma'am, did we just see the Ford Raptor
Yes,
stopped at Albany and Cabot? I'm gonna actually go back. Do you see an individual in the back of the car as well?
yes.
And what does it appear to be doing?
Objection to what he appears to, again, jury has seen this now multiple times, this.
Well, just the grounds, counsel. Just the grounds.
Oh, opinion,
Well, it's speculation.
speculation.
If I
So,
may continue, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you. Now, where is this location?
It's just east of Albany and Cabot on the south curb line.
And do you see that vehicle on any more of the bus video?
No, that was the only bus video that had it.
And- Yeah, if I may just take one more opportunity to try that video. If not, Your Honor, if I may, Madam Clerk, see Exhibit 33.
No.
Can we get back to her? All right, our technical difficulties are starting. If I can, Your Honor. And if you wouldn't mind getting up to the screen behind you and just pointing out where the vehicle first appears on the map, time-wise.
So this is the first time frame that we see the vehicle. It's coming east on Albany Ave, and then this is a flip of it turning south on Milford. So this would be east on Albany Ave, and then south, the blue line is showing the route down Milford.
What about the shaded area? Is this the shaded area you were talking about before?
Yes, this is the shaded area. So if the truck was traveling south here, this is Homestead Avenue. And then we don't see the truck again until this little yellow dot shows our camera all starting. So we can see it in a distance by this next street, which I believe is Urban Street. So that's why I kind of stopped the cutoff of the unknown area there. But this basically shows the shaded area of where the truck, these are a bunch of one-way streets. So we don't know exactly which way the truck went at that point.
And the bus video that we just saw, did you get that after or before you made this map?
I got that after I made the map.
Is the spot that the car was seen on the bus video depicted in that map?
It's not.
Where would it
would
be?
in that, it's not.
Where would it be if it was? And what street is that?
Albany Cabin.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Could you just pull up exhibit 64, please? Yes, this one. So as I understand it, this shows just the area where you caught the videos of the Ford Raptor, correct?
This shows the stops that we saw on our camera of the Raptor, yes.
Well, when you say stop, so for example, south on Milford Street, picture down on the left-hand bottom, that's just driving, right?
Correct. It's from the same camera view as the picture above it.
But you said that these were just the stops. It's not a stop, is it?
No, it's not a stop.
And the same thing with east on Albany Avenue, just above that. It's not a stop, that's just the camera captured the vehicle traveling, right?
Correct.
So as I understand, you on this image, let me just, if you look at, can you see my marking?
Yes.
All right, so if this is Albany Avenue traveling along here, correct?
Yes.
And you're from you don't live in Hartford,
No.
do you? But you've worked there for how long in Hartford?
6 years.
And you're familiar with the city of Hartford, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Albany Avenue, Route 44, right?
Yes.
So if we travel just down here, we get to the Dunkin' Donuts Stadium where the Yard Goats baseball team plays, right?
Yes.
If we go in the other direction, up towards the left upper corner of this image, we get to right about here is West Hartford, right? Just past the cameras.
A little bit further, but yes.
Yeah, and then just below this image here that you marked as 1932-01 East on Albany Avenue, there's a blue line that then is behind this image and it continues down here. That's the Park River, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, you know, there's a little river that separates Hartford from West Hartford, right?
Yes,
And then right up in this area, that's where the University of Hartford is, correct?
I believe so.
All right,
Not really
I
familiar
want you
with
to
it.
guess, but you know, part of the campus is in Hartford and part is in West Hartford, right? That's right on the line, right?
Yes,
And then if you continue just about a half a mile off this image, you're in Bishop's Corner in West Hartford, right?
I don't know if it's a half mile, but yes, it's over there.
All right, it's about 5 minutes to that location, right? Depending on traffic, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where there's like shopping, there's gas stations, right?
Mhm.
You gotta
Yes, sorry.
And there's, that's where the Starbucks is too, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when I'm looking at this image here, let's go back to just the image here. You indicated that you saw the vehicle as you were looking at it, when you created this, turn down this street right here, right?
No, that was the cutoff. So it turns south on Milford where the blue arrow goes down.
Over here, right?
Just one east of that.
Yeah, is there a reason then that you drew a line here?
Because it's a shopping plaza, so there was no road to travel.
Fair enough. So but in any event, you saw the vehicle go down this street, what street did you indicate that was here?
Milford Street.
And although you didn't look at any cameras along this street, this is Homestead Avenue in Hartford, right?
Correct.
And it runs basically parallel to Route 44, right?
Correct.
And if you go in this direction, it actually intersects with Albany Avenue, right near the West Hartford line, right?
Yes.
And then this direction, it remains parallel, goes down towards I-84 and downtown, right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Although there are no public, that is city cameras on Homestead Avenue, are you aware of whether or not there were private businesses that had cameras along this stretch here?
There are. I'm aware of a gas station at the corner of Woodland and Homestead that I know has a camera.
You didn't include any of that imagery, or you didn't try to include it?
We didn't, our office didn't go pull video from there.
Okay. Now, I'm going to just call up, and I'm going to do this by using the, let's make sure this is actually going to work. I'm going to plug in from exhibit, the transit video, bus 65. And before I do that, actually, could you just put that image back up that we just had up there, please? And that's exhibit 64. Would you zoom in on the top image here? Now this, you indicated, was, according to your diagram, westbound Albany and Adams Street, correct?
Correct.
And the individual you see in this, in the image, without getting into any specifics of it, there's a white shirt on that individual near the trash receptacle, correct?
Yes.
And then I'll just note, there's some kind of a logo on the back of that shirt, correct?
Yes.
Now, the reason I'm asking you that is I'm going to show you what was taken from the bus video. See if it'll automatically, magically switch to that. Okay. Do you see any logo on the back of this individual who's walking towards the trash receptacle?
In the still image, no.
So as you're sitting here today, I also will note that there's some kind of a, on this particular truck, Oh, it won't work without, got it, okay. This truck doesn't have any rims on that black pickup truck, does it?
It appears black.
And it also has some kind of a cover over the back rear window, correct?
Over the rear window.
Yeah, there's some kind of a wrap or something towards the top of that truck, the cab of the truck, right?
That could easily be a reflection of the bus.
But you don't
I
know
can't,
that,
I
right?
wouldn't determine that to be, I can't determine what that is.
All right, and you see there's a woman walking along with there's a person walking along above where the individual in the white shirt is walking towards a trash receptacle. You see somebody carrying what looks like a bag, red bag, right?
Yes,
This is just for the record, this is at 0008 seconds of exhibit 65, and this is from bus 1735, right?
yes,
So, and the time that is indicated on this is 19:35 PM, right?
yes.
So in the absence of a logo on the back of this shirt, you can't be certain this is even the same truck or the same person that's in the other pictures.
It's a still image of a video.
Right.
You can't determine that it's not the same shirt. You can't determine that it is the same shirt, I would say.
Thank you. No further questions.
If I may, just on that, do you recall that photograph or that still image that Attorney Schoenhorn pulled up?
From the bus,
I suppose that person also missing an arm in that still image.
I don't recall, but
And when a vehicle is moving on a city street, say a bus, it's traveling quickly, correct?
yes,
Okay, so when you freeze frame it, are you going to get every single pixel that's appeared on an image?
Objection.
Well, now the question goes to the technical capacity of identifying an image from a moving vehicle. And we do not know the speed at which the vehicle.
I'll
is
withdraw it,
traveling.
Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
So it's sustained. Is there any redirect?
No, oh, no, Your Honor, sorry. It would have been recrossed, but no.
So Riley, you may step down.
Thank you. My next witness, Your Honor, is Steve Suarez.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I swear.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Steve Soares, Stevesoares.
And your affiliation?
I'm a retired detective with the Connecticut State Police.
Detective, you may be seated.
Thank you, sir.
If I may, first, let's start, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Briefly, if you can explain, please, who are you employed by?
I'm retired from the Connecticut State Police
And how long have you been retired?
since April of 2022.
And when you were employed by the Connecticut State Police, did you have a specific assignment?
Yes, I did.
What was that assignment?
I was a detective for the Central District Major Crime Squad
How long were you a detective with the Central District Major Crimes?
from approximately May of 2013 up until my retirement in April of 2022.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically to May 30th of 2019. Were you a detective with Central District Major Crimes during that time period?
Yes, I was.
If you could briefly just explain to the jury some of your duties and responsibilities as well as your experience, training and
Okay,
experience.
so some of my duties and responsibilities, just we would go out and investigate different crime scenes of more serious nature. We would also be responsible for crime scene documentation, mapping, photographs, evidence collection, testifying cases, and that's some of the duties we were doing, interviewing victim suspects.
Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention to May 30th of 2019. Were you working that day as a Central District Major Crimes?
Yes, I was.
And did you have a assignment to go to a, well, I'll withdraw that. What was your assignment that day?
So that day I was assigned to go to a Route 4 quick stop in Farmington to look for some video surveillance.
And what was the, were you aware of the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. And was this a request in relation to that?
Yes, I was told that it was in relation to this case, correct?
Now, did you give it, were you given that specific address to go to, or did you go and find that address on your own?
I was told to go to that specific address.
And around what time did you go?
I don't recall exactly what time, but if I had my report, I'd probably be able to a little bit more accurate with time at that point.
Well, let me ask you this briefly, sir. What was the purpose of going there?
To obtain any video surveillance, we were given some vehicles that Photos was registered to him to see if we can see any of those vehicles driving by those areas at particular times.
What was the vehicle?
So it was a Ford F-150 wrapped or colored black.
Were there any other vehicles you were told to look for?
Also a Chevrolet Suburban black.
And you were also given a time and a day to look for?
Yes.
What was that?
So that was on May 24th, between approximately 7 o'clock in the evening till 9 o'clock.
Did you go to the Route 4, I guess, what's the name of the company?
I think it's Route 4 Quick Stop, to the best of my recollection.
Did you go to the Route 4 Quick Stop?
Yes, I did.
And did you review any video surveillance from that area?
Yes, I did.
Is that video surveillance, well, strike that. Did you watch that on scene?
So we do watch part of it on scene, just to see if we see what we're kind of looking for, if time allows. Yes, that one I did watch part of it on scene.
Was the video motion activated or continuous?
Continuous.
Was the time accurate?
That time was yes, it was accurate.
It's the state's intention, Your Honor, to offer 66. Can you give me the first, did you- If I can, Your Honor, there's one photo on 66 that I believe can be shown by agreement. So I'm going to have you take a look at the screen behind you, okay? Sir, do you see that map depicted behind you?
Yes, I do.
Is the area that, or the place that you went to that day on May 30th, depicted in that map?
Yes, it is.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, please getting up and pointing to where it is. What town is that in?
That is in Farmington.
What type of establishment is the Route 4 Quick Stop?
It's a little, it's a gas station with like a little mini mart side for snacks.
It had video cameras?
It did, yes.
What, I guess, camera angle did the video cameras portray?
So they have multiple angles, but we were focused mainly on where you could see the entrance and exit and the main road before that travels past that area.
If you could please map out what Route 4 is.
So it's right along there. It continues from Farmington into West Farmington. It's Farmington Avenue.
Also called Farmington Avenue.
Yes, it's also Farmington Avenue.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, did you review the video there, or did you download it and take it back?
So we, the combination of both, we did review some video there and we did see it had evidentiary value, so that we could see.
When you say evidentiary value, what do you mean?
We found something that we were looking for.
What did you find?
Well, we did see the black Ford F-150 Raptor drive by on May 24th.
What time did you see that vehicle drive by?
To the best of my recollection, I want to say probably approximately 7:13 p.m.
Did you then seize that video?
Yes.
And did you log it into evidence or give it
Yes.
to the?
Logged into evidence.
Okay, you can have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
And this is specifically with respect solely to May 24th.
May 24th, correct.
To state's intention to offer it, I can.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No objection.
If I can, Your Honor, I would say that, sir, if you can, turn your attention just to the screen.
What's the exhibit number, please?
It is 66, Your Honor.
States 66 admitted as a full exhibit.
It looks like there's utilizing a player, Your Honor, if I may just have one moment. Sir, do you see the screen behind you?
Yes, I do.
Is this the video that you watched and obtained from Route 4 Quick Stop?
Yes, it is. And that was the vehicle that just went by.
And what time did that vehicle go by at?
1913 or 713.
Is that the vehicle that you
Correct.
stated was evidentiary value?
Correct. Yep, the top of the screen, traveling from right to left, black pickup truck.
By the way, you don't know who was driving or anything
That I
else?
could not identify who was driving it. No.
Okay, and you had, at this point, did you have any substantial role in the investigation into Jennifer Farber-Dulos' disappearance?
No, it was an assist. at this
What do you
point.
mean when you say an assist?
Western District Major Crime was handling most of the investigation where it occurred. And then when information was developed that some stuff may be up in our area, that's when we helped out in assisting in whatever, however we could in that particular area.
And is that why you went to the,
Correct.
Or
Yes,
stop that day?
our jurisdiction geographically.
thank you, sir. Did you go anywhere else?
Yes, I did.
And well, I should say, did you go anywhere else to review or obtain video surveillance?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go?
I also went to Crown Market on Albany Avenue in West Hartford.
By the way, did you go to a third place as well?
Yes, I did.
What was the third place?
That was the Chrysalis Center on Homestead in Hartford.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. may just look at the clerk now.
Yes.
Alright, so, where did you go first? The Crown Market or Chrysalis Center?
Crown Market first.
Okay, let's talk about the Crown Market. What type of place or area is Crown Market?
It's in a busy area. It's a supermarket located in a little plaza next to Starbucks.
And is that, what town is that in?
West Hartford, if I'm not, I believe,
We just saw the Route 4 quick stop.
correct.
In that map, do you recall the map that was up on the screen?
Yes, yes.
Which direction would the Crown Market be?
So you'd have to go west and then north a little bit.
What day did you go?
I went June 3rd, to the best of my recollection.
What information had you received prior to going to that address?
Just the same information as before, looking for the black Ford F-150 Raptor pickup truck during certain timeframes.
Okay, I'm going to show you, if you can, the screen behind you. This is the same map you just saw on the other side. Or the other side, I should say, with respect to the Route 4 quick stop. Is the Crown Market area depicted on that screen?
Yes, it is.
Where, if you wouldn't mind, if Your Honor, you can get up.
Up top, and then right around up there, it's great.
And that, is that a plaza?
It is a plaza. There's like a pretty big intersection there, which is North Main Street. And Elton Avenue.
Says Whole Foods Market. Is that one of the markets or?
Something in that area, correct?
Okay. Now this road here, is this, are we still on Route 4?
No,
Farmington
that's
Avenue?
Route 44 now, Albany Avenue.
All right. And what day did you go there?
June 3rd.
Were you given a specific time period you wish to review?
Yes, we were in the same, approximately the same time frame, about 7 to 9 o'clock.
Were you able to review the video on scene?
Yes, that one I was also able to review on.
Was the time accurate?
Now that, according to the cameras, it was 4 minutes fast.
How did you determine that?
So we look at we go to a live shot of how the video surveillance is recording, and then we look at our phone, which is, an iPhone or Android is always accurate. So we basically differentiate the time difference. So that time their recordings were 4 minutes faster than real time. So
How many cameras were conveyed or contained within the Crown Market Plaza?
there was quite a few, but at least, 3 that view different angles of the place, 2 or 3. Exterior cameras, and there's a lot more inside, but
Were you only looking at the exterior
at this
cameras?
time, we were looking for a vehicle, so yeah, we were looking at exterior cameras.
Did you at that time go into any of the stores or areas or
At
buildings, I guess, that are in
At that
that
point,
area?
no, just we focused on that one, we saw that they had cameras, and we went in to talk to them, correct?
Are there any other restaurants or, I guess, we see the Whole Foods sign,
Yeah,
any other buildings and businesses, I guess is the
so
word?
Starbucks is also in that same exact plaza, it's right next door to it, across the street, there's like a pet supply place, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly.
Did you go into any of those stores or businesses to determine if there were cameras?
We did at some point, we went through a couple of them, just sometimes the people aren't there, managers or otherwise, so sometimes it's followed up by another detective.
On this day in particular?
Yes.
What day was it?
Yeah, June 3rd.
On June 3rd, did you go into any of those other businesses?
I don't recall on that day, but I remember going into the Crown Market specifically.
Did you obtain video from Crown Market?
Yes, I did.
What video was that?
So that was the video, you can see the parking lot towards Albany Avenue, Route 44.
I may just have a moment, Your Honor. If I may, Your Honor, state's offering 68. I can go further, but I'm just wondering from council if that is going to be necessary or.
I just want to inquire with council for a second.
No.
Yeah, I don't object.
So which exhibit number, please?
This is now 68, Your Honor.
States 68 admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you, you could look at the screen behind you. Sir, what does that depict?
So this is the Crown Market on your right-hand side. Starbucks would be to your left, and that's the parking lot that you come in and out of. And that's the street. You can see traffic is Albany Avenue, west to east from left to right.
So if you're traveling
Traveling
towards the
this way,
right,
you're traveling into Hartford westbound.
and if you're traveling the other,
You're going back towards Farmington eastbound.
do you see that, or did you see that Ford Raptor appear on this screen?
Yes,
At what time?
at 19:31 hours.
Now, you indicated this was 4 minutes fast. but
Correct.
It would be the real time.
So 4 minutes, 19:27, so 7:27 real time.
Now, where does the vehicle appear on the screen, sir?
You can see it just drive by pretty quickly at the top of the screen there, the road. Right there.
Same question, by the way. You don't know who was driving or
No, I
anything
cannot see
else?
who's in the vehicle in the video.
Is there another camera as well?
There is, correct.
And if I can, what does this depict?
It's also the parking lot, the main parking lot where it's like a little alcove that goes in this way, entrance to the store and the storefront for Starbucks as well.
Starbucks would be down that upper
Would
left-hand
be
side.
up here, kind of tuck in and to the left towards the road.
And the time conveyed on this scene, please.
19:31,
So if it's 4 minutes fast, what's the real time?
19:27, 7:27 p.m.
Does the Ford Raptor appear on the screen?
I believe I can see it, correct, going by as well. Right there,
And it's pretty far off you,
correct.
but did you see any other vehicles that match that description from this camera?
No, none that were, it's a pretty specific vehicle.
And do you see that vehicle again?
I do, actually pulling into the parking lot.
What time is this, please?
19:58 hours,
And what time would that be real time?
7:54 in the evening.
Did you see this truck over on the left side?
Yes,
If you recall, we saw that camera angle from the other angle.
correct.
Are you still able to see anything past utilizing that camera at this time?
No, the truck box basically blocks the whole view of that other camera.
Do you see the Ford Raptor at this point?
Yes,
Where's,
well,
I will play it.
yeah. It's now pulling into the parking lot. And you can see it in between the truck and the box coming in towards Starbucks.
Your Honor, it is 3:15. This would be a good point to stop.
Thank you. What we will do, ladies and gentlemen, is take the afternoon recess until 3:35. Please do not discuss the case. You can bring the jury.
Let's see what I know. Yeah. Okay. I just want a copy for you. We are ready, Your Honor. I have a few witnesses left for the afternoon.
The jury's being brought in now.
Thank you.
How many witnesses do you have?
I have 3, Your Honor. They're all small videos.
Thank you. Will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. And you may be seated.
Thank you, Ron.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, when we left off at, I believe the video was the Crown Market video.
Yes,
And were you tasked with getting video from anywhere else in this case?
yes, I was. Chrysalis Center.
Where's the Chrysalis Center?
Located on Homestead Avenue in Hartford.
When did you go to the Chrysalis Center?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
That was June 5th, I recall.
Did you watch any video at the
Yes.
Chrysalis Center?
Yes, I did.
How many cameras are located there?
So to the best of my recollection, I believe 3 cameras in total, 2 or 3.
Did you watch all 3?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
So once again, the black Ford F-150 Raptor pickup truck.
How many cameras did the pickup truck appear on?
So from the Chrysalis Center, there was actually a set of cameras that recorded almost like in digital stills, like a 1 second approximately increments, and then also continuous camera. So on 2 different cameras or 2 different angles.
Okay, let's talk about the camera that recorded on you said stills.
Correct, yes.
So was that a continuous process or broken up at what intervals?
To the best of my recollection, approximately like maybe a 1 second interval or shorter, but it wasn't a continuous like smooth motion. It was like choppy almost. And that's designed like that, the camera.
Did you watch that on scene at the Chrysalis Center that day?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe that same action of still shot after still shot for a
Correct,
time
yes.
period? What time period were you looking at?
So there I was looking at, I want to say approximately the same time period or so, 1,900 hours to 2,000 hours, if I'm not mistaken. No, sorry, 17 to 1,900 hours.
Okay.
Or 19. Yeah, I apologize. I want to say approximately 1,900 hours. Yeah.
Just in regular time?
Yes, regular time, 7 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And with respect to the Chrysalis Center, who gave you that assignment to go there?
So that was my supervisor at the time.
Was this one of those things that you were an assist to?
Correct, yes.
I want to show you, sir, if you can look at the screen behind you. This is picture, it says 3. We have seen this through exhibit 33 before. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photo, that screen?
Yes.
If you could, sir, please go up to the screen. Is Albany Avenue depicted on that screen?
It is.
And the Chrysalis Center.
Chrysalis Center would be over here on Homestead Avenue, where it intersects with the road.
Where's Homestead Avenue, please?
Homestead Avenue runs along.
For the record, that's the bottom road that runs slightly parallel to Albany Avenue.
Yes, correct.
And the Chrysalis Center, if you could again point to it. And that would be in the, I guess, bottom middle left.
Yes.
What camera angles were captured by those video cameras?
This angle from here towards here, and there's also another angle here that captured this intersection.
With respect to the still shot camera, which angle was that one?
That was coming facing east down Homestead Avenue.
What area did it capture?
We captured area approximately right around here up to the intersection. From
Did-
Milford Street to Woodland Street and Homestead Avenue.
Did the truck appear on that screen?
Yes, it did.
Did you download
Well,
that
Your
video?
Honor, let me object to the term the truck, a truck.
I'm sorry, I completely agree. Did a Ford 150 Raptor
Yes.
appear on the screen
Yes,
on Homestead Avenue?
yes,
And because of that, did you download that video?
yes.
Okay, or still shots, I should say. State would offer it at this time. Do you have any objection to state 67?
May I just inquire real briefly in light of that? Were you able to make any distinguishing notations about that particular truck on that video that you watched?
Just, it's a black Ford F-150 Raptor truck with a wider wheel flares and everything, so it's a pretty distinct truck.
Can you say what kind of wheels did it have?
So it's got wheel flares, it's a little bit more aggressive looking than a regular F-150.
But you couldn't tell the license plate
Oh,
or the occupants or anything like that, right?
correct.
But it was in the rough time frame, so you
Correct.
decided that's what you would see, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no objection.
What is the exhibit number, please?
67, Your Honor.
State 67 admitted as a full exhibit.
Now, there are two camera angles on this at the Chrysalis Center, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that was a still image. Now, with respect to the other camera angle, was that a still image as well?
No, that was a continuous.
And did that depict the, actually, if I can, I'll go back to the map. Again, for the continuous stream, where was that camera located?
That's my recollection. It was facing like this direction. We're picking up the side of the building towards the intersection here of Woodland and Homestead.
Now, with respect to the still images, so this is a file starting at, just gonna say the last four digits, please, 5299, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you can, so I'm gonna click through the next still images. If you could stop me when you see the truck that you found to be value.
Right there, coming into view.
If you can, please just point. Is there a street up there?
That is Milford Street or Milford Avenue, or the other Milford.
And I'm gonna continue to click through.
Right.
Is this how you observed it that day?
Yes,
Do you see that truck again?
yes, they do. Right at the intersection now.
If you could just point, please.
Right over there.
Thank you.
Now it's making a left-hand turn up Woodland.
Now, when you say distinctive wheel,
Yes,
and what do you mean?
the wheel arches, they protrude a little further out, almost like a mud guard from the truck. With that particular style of vehicle, the Raptor, it's one of the only few that do it factory like that.
Are you talking about the actual aluminum on the car?
It's
I don't
almost
know
like,
what that wood is,
could be
but-
plastic, whatever, like over the, where the wheel well would be. There's like almost like an extra like flare to it than a normal pickup truck would have. And that's part of the package for the Raptor.
And this road right here,
Yes,
what road is that?
that is Woodland.
And if you were to continue down this road, does it intersect with anything?
Albany Avenue.
And that other camera? Sir, I'm gonna play file 2. What is depicted here, please?
So this is the intersection right on here, if I'm not mistaken.
By the way, the upper corner reads the time 1933. Is that time correct?
Yeah, that time was accurate to real time. Yes.
Does the vehicle appear in this intersection or this camera angle?
Yes.
Play it. If you could, please just point out when it does.
Okay. And there it is right there.
And it is turning onto what road?
Woodland.
Thank you. So after Route 4 Quick Stop, Crown Market and Chrysalis Center, did you go to anywhere else to obtain video surveillance?
No, I did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So as I understand, your earlier testimony, you were assigned to look for videos that might show a certain style of black pickup truck, right?
Correct.
And you watched, what, hours of it or just minutes?
Sometimes hours. I mean, we try to be specific to that certain time frame, the information that we were given. And then we kind of just watch it from there, and everything that resembles that vehicle, we then sees the video.
Did you see in any of those videos any other potential items or vehicles of evidentiary interest that were then ruled out?
No.
So when you were at the Quick Stop in Oakland Gardens and Farmington, how long did you watch those videos?
We try to keep it within a certain time frame, sometimes half hour before, half hour afterwards.
Well, you're saying we try to. I'm asking you what you did.
What I did that day, I generally do a half hour prior to and a half hour afterwards, just to make sure we don't miss anything.
Again, you're saying generally. That on that day, is that what you did about an hour before the time they were looking for and a half hour after?
A half hour on each side.
On each side of the road. Okay. And then you obtained that video from the proprietor or the manager, whoever that was.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to just ask you, there's the videos from the Crown Market, if I recall, one of them, I think that was exhibit 67, and in one it shows like a little tiny part of Albany Avenue, and then a truck comes in and blocks it as part of the later video, is that
Yes.
right? So maybe you could just explain a little bit for the jury what this area
Okay.
of West Hartford is like. So you have Albany Avenue going east and west through that area, correct?
Yes, correct.
It's a major intersection, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Multi-lanes going in left lane, right lane, right?
Correct.
There's two gas stations in that intersection, right?
Yes.
Did you also go to those gas stations on Route 44?
Other detectives were assigned to do that.
You did, you
I
went.
did not know.
And you went to the Crown Market, right?
Yes.
Did you, the Crown Market is sort of in a larger plaza, correct?
Yes, it is.
The way that that plaza is set up, there's some stores on the opposite, so we say to the back of that building, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a much larger, I'll call it a strip mall shopping plaza with large roofs, tall.
Yes.
I'm not gonna look out the window because there's no shopping around here, but you've got a Whole Foods that's pretty tall there, right?
Yes.
And you've got, in addition to the Whole Foods, you said there's a Starbucks right over there.
Right next to it. Correct.
And there's a pharmacy as well, right?
I don't, the best of my recollection, I can't say for sure.
Maybe a bagel place as well, restaurant.
I know there's a pet store, I remember that. Yeah,
Pet store as well.
Supplies or Pets Plus or something.
And across the street, there's a Marshall's and banks and all that kind of
Yes.
stuff, right? So very built up kind of area,
Yes.
right? From the location you were at that intersection where the Starbucks and the Crown Market is, it's just a couple of minutes down to the area in Hartford that the other detectives were investigating, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I just want to ask, you testified that when you were looking at the Crown Market video,
Mhm.
you said it was off by 4 minutes, is that right?
Yes.
So the time that you actually saw a Ford pickup truck go by for about a second,
Yes.
right, was sometime around 7:27, give or take, right?
Yes.
And again, you said it was off by 4 minutes, but it wasn't 4 minutes and exact 00 seconds, right?
No.
So we're approximating, so it's, let's say 40, but anywhere from 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 4 minutes and 10 seconds, somewhere in that range, right?
Very small.
Okay. And in any event, when you saw the Ford the first time, it was heading towards Hartford, correct?
Correct.
And I'm just gonna, and so the time that you calculated, according to your testimony, was 7:27 p.m., right?
Correct.
It was still daytime on May 24th,
Yes.
wasn't it?
Yes.
Right, it was the, I guess, the Memorial Day weekend, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna ask, if you would just call up, exhibit 64 now. This is a, exhibit from out in the left-hand corner, please. If you could zoom in, please, on the left-hand corner of that image. All right, so this was a witness who came a few minutes before you. You see the time of, up at the top, where it says 19:31:26, Ford Raptor enters camera view.
Yes.
You see that? So that was just 4 minutes after the video you just testified to about 7:27, correct?
Correct.
And you had indicated that it came back in your view around 7:54 at the Crown Market, right?
Correct.
So if we're looking again at the next line down on that same image, which is exhibit 64, this map diagram, it shows 19:50 and 5 seconds. Ford Raptor exits camera view, correct?
Correct.
So that would have been, again, just about 4 minutes between when the camera captured the video of the Ford Raptor and what we watched at the Crown Market in West Hartford, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And you testified that you observed the Ford pull into the parking lot where the Crown Market was. It was in the distance,
Yes.
right? And there was looks like a tractor trailer that in the interim had backed in or pulled in, partially blocking the view, correct?
Correct.
But clearly we could see some kind of Ford pickup truck pull in on the other side of that tractor trailer,
Yes.
right? And your testimony was it was heading towards the area where the Starbucks was, right?
Yes.
And the Whole Foods was, right?
I think, well, just those are only 2 stores right there in that tiny little plaza. Whole Foods you have to go past the intersection.
You do. So if you stop there, there's a Starbucks right there.
Right
correct?
there.
Right? You didn't actually get a camera angle of the pickup truck parking, though, right?
No, I did not.
And you said you did not go in and get any Starbucks video
I
yourself.
personally did not
Do
know.
you know who did?
I do not recall.
Did you report that the vehicle pulled into the Starbucks?
Yes.
And so whoever you told apparently then did the next thing and
Objection.
Sustained.
in the Chrysalis video, there's both a video and a sort of stop action, like individual images every second or two, right?
Correct. Yes.
Sort of like the way banks often have it. It's not a continuous flow. It's just a bunch of still images every half a second or second.
Correct. Yes.
Now, in the view of the Chrysalis video, did you at any time see the Ford Raptor, other than at the intersection waiting to turn, stop anywhere?
Stop in that. No.
Did you see the driver at any time in those videos get out of the Raptor?
No, I did not.
Same thing with the Crown Market video. You didn't see the driver get out in those videos that you observed, right?
No, I didn't.
Can I just have a moment?
Yes.
I have nothing further, thank you.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Detective, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If I can, Dan DeJesus, please. Thank you. Can I have a moment with the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalties of perjury? Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Detective Daniel De Jesus, last name I spell D-E-J-E-S-U-S.
Detective, you may be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Sir, by whom are you employed?
Connecticut State Police,
How long have you been with the Connecticut State Police?
a little over 16 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently a polygrapher at the polygraph unit,
How long have you been at that unit?
coming on 2 years.
I'm going to draw your attention back to 2019. Were you assigned to a particular division within the Connecticut State Police?
I was
What division is that?
Central District Major Crime Squad,
What was your position within that Central District Major Crime Squad?
detective at the Troop H Hartford office.
Could you briefly describe some of your training and experience with respect to being a detective with the Central District Major Crime Squad?
Sure. It all starts from upon being hired by the state police. I entered State Police Academy in November 2007, graduated May 2008, assigned to Troop E in Montville, then Troop K, Colchester Patrol, then applied for and was accepted for detective position, Central District Major Crime Squad. Received on-the-job training, homicide school, out of state, various training classes throughout my 9.5 years in that unit. While in that unit, I was assigned to Troop H in Hartford, Troop I in Bethany, and the Major Crime Squad processing van as well.
With respect to 2019, around the time period of May and June of that year, what troop were you assigned to?
Troop H in Hartford.
Did you, specifically, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 5th of 2019. Did you respond to, or did you assist the Western District Major Crime Squad into the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
I did.
And how did you assist them?
Specifically on June 5th of 2019, the morning of, I was assigned by my supervisor to report specifically to Valvoline Instant Oil Change at 1249 Farmington Ave in the town of West Hartford and review surveillance.
Was there a specific request for you to review surveillance on May 24th of, May 24th, 2019?
There was.
What were you looking for?
Specifically, reviewing the surveillance to see if there was a black Chevy Suburban with chrome rims and a black carrying case affixed to its roof, and or a black Ford Raptor with black rims.
Who gave you that assignment?
My sergeant at the time, Gonzalez.
Did you go to the Valvoline on Farmington Avenue?
I did on that day, just before 10:30 a.m.
What time period did you request to look at?
I'm sorry?
Did you request a time period to look at? What
So I was there with a specific time frame targeted. I don't recall that window, but I can tell you that I know I wasn't there all day, and based on what I found the vehicle in question about 19:20 hours, which is 7:20 p.m.
So well, let me backtrack a little bit. Did you watch the video at the location?
I did.
Was the video, how many cameras are there?
So there were 9 cameras, 7 of which faced the inside of the business, 2 which faced the outside, and they were specifically labeled front and side. Of note, they were also, I observed them to be 5 minutes and 9 seconds fast.
So they were fast?
They were.
How did you determine that?
Well, looking at my cell phone, my watch, and the actual time on the computer system itself, compared to the live shot of the surveillance on scene, the 3 aforementioned timepieces were in sync, and the live shot was 5 minutes and 9 seconds late, or fast rather.
Now, with respect to the camera angles, did you find any camera or video surveillance that was of evidentiary value for you?
I did.
Which camera angle?
Front and side.
What area does the front of the front camera angle, I guess I'll call it, what did that area cover?
Well, front and side both cover Farmington Ave in that town.
Now, Farmington Avenue, what kind of road is that?
It's just a regular town roadway. There are no exits. It just has cross streets, businesses and residential sites throughout.
And if I may, Your Honor, may I just have one moment? Yeah. 69. Your Honor, the state's intention is to offer 69. I don't believe there's an objection at this point. If I can just play the,
I'd just like one clarification, however. When you say Farmington Avenue is just a local road, isn't it State Route 4?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Like,
All right, that's fine. I'm not, still not going to object.
So States is 69,
yes, sir.
admitted as full.
Sir, I'm going to stop it here. If you could take a look behind you.
sure.
What camera angle is this?
That's the front. Front.
And the road that travels from the top going down to the middle, I guess, what road is that?
That would be Farmington Ave.
If you were traveling towards the, I guess, right side of the screen, is that towards the Hartford area or away from the Hartford area?
I actually don't recall, to be honest with you.
Okay, and did you see a vehicle? You mentioned two vehicles that you were of interest to. Did you see a vehicle on the screen?
I did.
Which vehicle was it?
It was the Ford Raptor with the black rims.
If you can, sir, please just let me know if you see it on the screen.
You can stop right there. So that's the vehicle that matched the description of what I was told to look out for.
By the way, you don't know the driver. You don't know if anybody, how many occupants were in that car, where it came from or where it was going.
I don't, but if I can circle back with the direction it's going, I do recall it, that being eastbound on Farmington Ave.
So eastbound would be towards Hartford or away from Hartford?
Towards Hartford.
Towards Hartford. Okay. Thank you. And I'm actually going to grab 68 if I can, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think you might still have it.
I still have it?
I think so. Oh, no.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, thank you. Sir, if you can, look at the screen behind you. And I'm actually going to draw your attention down here. Do you recognize this map at all?
Other than how it's labeled, I do not.
Other than the
How
what?
it's labeled, I mean, I can read the map, but
Okay, so you know, if
I'm not
it,
so familiar with the area that I can tell you exactly where it's at.
okay, so if I took the words off of it, you wouldn't be able to describe it yourself?
I would not.
Okay, then I'll let it go. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
I just only have one question. You said you were looking for a truck with black rims. Is that what you said?
Yes, black or dark color rims, yes.
not silver rims.
The silver rims, I did mention before, was pertaining to the black Chevy Suburban.
But not to the Ford Raptor.
No,
No further questions.
Just briefly, sir, that's what you were told to go to that day?
specifically, yes.
Okay. Do you have any independent knowledge or anything like that about the Ford Raptor at issue in this case or anything like that?
I do not.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Detective, you may step down.
Thank you.
And I have one last witness, Your Honor, Christopher Meyer, please. Or Meyer, I should say.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalties of perjury? Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Lieutenant Christopher Meyer, CHRISTOPHERMEIER,
And your affiliation?
Connecticut State Police.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. How are you?
You are working with the state police
Yes,
in your current rank?
Lieutenant.
If you could briefly, where are you, what's your assignment?
Central District Major Crime Squad.
How long have you been the lieutenant of Central District Major Crimes?
A little over a year.
Prior to that, what was your assignment?
I had previously been in the unit as a detective.
Could you briefly explain to this jury and describe some of your training and experience with the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, so I was hired by the state police in May of 2010. Went through the academy. I worked initially at Troop H in Hartford for about 5 years. I applied for the Central District Major Crime Squad and was a detective in the unit for another about 6 years. I was promoted to sergeant and went back to the road as a patrol supervisor for about 6 months. Came back into the unit as a sergeant, and then was eventually promoted to lieutenant and currently in the unit as the lieutenant.
In 2019, what was your assignment specifically around May and June?
I was assigned to major crime as a detective.
Did you conduct a video surveillance review in connection with a assist to Western District Major Crimes during that time period?
Yes,
Was that with respect to the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
yes.
Specifically, where did you go on May 30th, 2019?
I went to a Shell gas station at Bishop's Corner in West Hartford. It's at the intersection of North Main Street and Albany Avenue.
What kind of area is Bishop's Corner?
It's a largely commercial area, busy intersection, several gas stations and commercial stores.
What are some of the businesses that are located in that intersection?
The Shell gas station that I visited, there's another gas station, I believe, across the street, a couple, some coffee shops, some other commercial type restaurants and businesses in the area.
By coffee shops, is there a Starbucks?
I believe there is, yes.
Now, did you look for video surveillance at that Shell gas station?
Yes.
How many cameras were located there?
I don't remember the total number of cameras, but I had identified 2 cameras that specifically we were interested in for evidentiary value.
Why were you interested in those particular cameras?
They captured footage of a vehicle of interest.
What was that vehicle of interest?
It was a black Ford Raptor style pickup truck.
Who had given you that information prior to reviewing the video surveillance?
My supervisor had assigned me to go to that location, to the Shell gas station, and directed me to look for video surveillance with that type of a vehicle, and had provided a time frame of about 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. for the period on May 24th, 2019.
Did you inquire about that particular time period? At the Shell gas station, I should say.
Yes, so I had talked to the gas station attendant that asked if we could review the video. That person showed us where the video was. I went in there and reviewed that time frame, that 2-hour time frame, for any footage related to that vehicle description.
When you say review it, did you watch it in its entirety of the 2 hours
Yes,
while you were at the gas station?
yes,
Or was that between 7 and 9 p.m. on what day?
on May 24th.
Did you find any vehicle that matches the description of the Ford Raptor?
Yes,
How many vehicles or Ford Raptors did you see go through that intersection in that 2-hour time period?
there was 2 instances of that, of a vehicle matching that description.
And what was the first instance? What time?
The first one was about 7. I believe it was about 7:26 p.m.
Well, sir, did you check to see if the time was accurate?
Yes,
And was it accurate?
it was not.
What was the time difference?
It was about, the video surveillance was about 24 minutes slow.
How many video cameras did you observe, by the way? There were 2, you said?
I don't remember the total number of cameras, but there were 2 cameras in which we identified that the vehicle of interest was on.
Were they both 24 minutes slow?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state's intention is to offer the video. I don't believe that there's an objection.
No
State
objection.
70.
State
So-
70 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you, sir. If you can, just take a look behind you at the screen. Show you file 1 first. Actually, I'm sorry. Hold on. File 1. Sir, do you recognize this intersection?
yes.
What is it? If you could just describe, please. What roads are there?
So that's the intersection of North Main Street and Albany Avenue in West Hartford.
If you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, may he go up and point to
Yes.
the roads? Sir, would you mind please pointing to Albany Avenue?
So Albany Avenue will be this here, and North Main Street will be over here.
The time on the upper right reads 7:02. Now, you indicated it was 24 minutes slow. What would be the real time?
7:26.
Do you see, if you were traveling away from the screen on Albany Avenue towards, I guess from left to right, would you be traveling towards Hartford or away from Hartford?
So if you're going this way, that would be traveling away from Hartford.
And going towards lower, I guess coming back would be towards Hartford?
Correct.
If you could, sir, I'm gonna press play. If you could just point out when you see the vehicle of interest on the screen.
So I believe it's this vehicle coming up right here.
Now, sir, is it picked up on another camera
Yes,
at that same time period?
yes.
What angle is this camera?
So this would be looking south. And this is Albany Avenue here. And this would be, if you're traveling this way, so on the other side of the road over here, traveling this way, you're gonna be traveling eastbound towards Hartford.
Is this a continuation of the video screen that we saw just previously?
Yes,
Does the truck appear?
yes.
If I can, just. Thank you. And the time says 7:03:18, sir, but is this also 24 minutes slow?
Yes,
So what would be the real time?
7:27.
Did you see the truck again, or a truck consistent with the Ford Raptor again?
Yes,
When was that?
approximately 8:03 PM.
On those same cameras?
Yes.
No, sir, I'm gonna stop this here. I'm pointing to the upper right of
That's
the
the vehicle
screen.
there, yes.
Okay, and it appears to be traveling in a different direction. Again, is that towards or away from Hartford at this point?
This one is away from Hartford.
Okay, this is 7:39. What would that be real time?
About 8:03.
And so this camera, is this the same camera angle we saw previously?
Yes,
And again, the time?
7:39 on camera, which would be 8:03 real time.
And please, if you do see the Ford Raptor or consistent with the Ford Raptor, if you could just point that out.
And that's the vehicle here.
Now, you mentioned in your testimony there were 2 times that you saw the truck. Were those the 2 times?
Yes,
Okay, was there any other time that you saw a truck consistent with that description?
no,
And you watched the entire 2 hours on scene?
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Could I just ask the state at the beginning of the first video, since she didn't have a copy for it, so. This is still. Good afternoon, sir. My name is John Schulman.
Yes,
So Detective Meyer, if you just look at this image, I just want to be clear. This is the intersection of US Highway 44 and State Highway 218, correct?
yes,
Both are major thoroughfares. They're not divided highways, but they're major thoroughfares in the town of West Hartford, correct?
yes,
A lot of traffic sometimes.
yes,
Commuter routes into Hartford on 44.
yes.
The time, as I understand your testimony going in, when we first observed the pickup truck heading towards Hartford, you said was 7:26, is that right?
Yes,
You said it was off by 24 minutes, or it was 24 minutes slow is the time on the screen, right?
correct.
Was it exactly 24 minutes and 00 seconds, or was it 24 minutes and some seconds?
I recall it as being 24 minutes. I don't recall if it was exactly to the second, but 24 minutes.
All right. Fair enough, but you're familiar enough with this location? Because you've worked in Hartford, right?
I have, yes.
So is it fair to say that from here to the area of Albany Avenue in Hartford was approximately 4 to 5 minutes at normal traffic levels?
I'm not familiar with it enough to be able to make that assumption. I don't know exactly how long it would take.
All right, and you were not asked to look at any other exhibits such as Exhibit 64, I'll just show you, I'm not gonna show it to you yet. They didn't ask you to look at this diagram that was prepared by another witness,
No,
or as to when the vehicle first appeared on cameras in the city of Hartford?
no.
And just to be clear, heading west, the time was approximately 8:03 p.m. Heading back in the opposite direction on Route 44, correct?
That's correct.
And the next town after West Hartford was what?
Off the top of my head, possibly Avon,
If I told you maybe Farmington?
Farmington.
Farmington, Avon?
That would make sense, yes.
Okay. And there's a mountain there, Avon Mountain, that you go up and over as you continue along west there. You're familiar with that?
Vaguely, yes.
No further questions.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Lieutenant, you may step down.
That is all I have for the day, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today. Attorney Manning, do you have your witnesses scheduled for tomorrow morning
We do, Your Honor.
at 10 o'clock?
I do, Your Honor.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we adjourn for today. We begin tomorrow at 10 o'clock. As usual, the court will always indicate to you that you should not watch any media reports about this case, and please do not discuss the case with anyone. And please do not
Thank you for watching day 8 with me. We'll be back with day 9, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.